time because we have to really stick to the time schedule because we have today here several events. So we have been asking that to be, to be stick to that. A little bit delay. People is arriving. We have the social somehow risky, but we expect all of them coming here and being incorporated as far as we go into the next of decisions. Okay. Of course, the main language of this event is English, but we have to also to combine with the Spanish, particularly for the authorities. They are more comfortable, of course, talking in Spanish, in spite of they talk also English and also other languages. So this session is going to be in Spanish, so you can have headphones just for the translation. And for the people on streaming, you will have a subtitle the English, what we would say in English. Okay. So if you don't understand Spanish, you just take your headphones and will be translated for you for the here in the audience, and on the streaming, as I said, will be subtitled. So let's start. I'm going to change to Spanish. Y es para mí un placer pues poder tener aquí a estas personas tan ilustres y que nos acompañan hoy en esto que para nosotros es tan importante como son las algas y el futuro de las algas a nivel europeo, y como estamos aquí ahora y vamos a tratar incluso temas locales, también para Canarias, al menos si lo quieren egoístamente. Yo creo que es un sector que hay que desarrollar, que tenemos capacidades y que este foro debe servir, entre otras cosas, para conseguirlo. Les voy a presentar en primer lugar a nuestro anfitrión, que es para mí siempre será mi profesor José Segura Clavel, pero en realidad actualmente es el director general de Casa África. Don José, tiene usted la palabra como anfitrión de esta casa.
Muchísimas gracias. Para mí, desde luego, en mi condición de director general de Casa África, es muy grato darles la bienvenida a esta institución que pretende servir de puente intelectual, cultural, con el continente africano. Y me resulta muy grato el poderles decir que en esta mesa nos encontramos además amigos de muchos años atrás. Don Miguel Hidalgo, que representa al Cabildo Insular, y dos profesores universitarios tan acreditados como es nuestro actual rector, don Luis Serra, y el profesor coordinador Rafael Robaina de este proyecto. Hace unos momentos, antes de comenzar el acto, en mi despacho, de pie, hablábamos de la importancia de relacionar la termodinámica con la vida. Y hablábamos de la importancia del binomio entropía y vida. De eso hablaremos, de entropía y vida. Yo creo que estoy convencido que es la columna intelectual, ideológica, que permite, desde luego, avanzar en tantos ámbitos vinculados a la vida, ya sea la vida del ser humano, ya sea la vida de cualquier ente de la naturaleza que sea. Y es una satisfacción muy grande el darles la bienvenida y además indicarles que esta institución, Casa África, con esa terminología tan llamativa para algunos, es un consorcio público. Es un consorcio público que promovió en su momento, hace unos 20 años, el Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores del Gobierno de España y que es coparticipado por el Gobierno de la Comunidad Autónoma de Canarias y el Ayuntamiento de la Ciudad de Las Palmas. Casa África, y es mi obligación al recibirle, y en consecuencia les pido benevolencia para que comprendan que tengo que desempeñar, digamos, el papel que me corresponde aquí en esta mesa. Es indicarles qué papel juega con las relaciones con distintos entes de ese inmenso continente que es el continente africano. Nuestra institución Casa África viene a constituir un espacio, insisto, que busca acercar continentes, acercar personas, acercar y viabilizar proyectos intelectuales, proyectos de investigación, potenciar el conocimiento. Y hoy, ese puente que tiene tantas ramas, creemos que se materializa aquí, en Casa África, en un ámbito de la ciencia, del conocimiento, como es el ámbito de la economía azul. Y en ese ámbito de la economía azul me tomo la libertad de indicarles a especialistas como ustedes, desde mi ámbito de no especialista, indicarles que las algas somos conscientes en esta casa y en la sociedad del archipiélago canario, las algas representan un recurso natural con un potencial extraordinario para generar innovación, empleo y cohesión social. Y en consecuencia, este encuentro lo consideramos simbólico, porque es una vez más ponemos de manifiesto la coordinación entre instituciones académicas, como es nuestra Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, e instituciones de índole público, se coordinan y avanzan impulsando conocimientos específicos. Somos conscientes también de que la humanidad vive una etapa, una época marcada por grandes desafíos comunes. ¿Qué duda cabe que uno de esos grandes desafíos, el cambio climático, nos pone de manifiesto la necesidad de transitar hacia modelos productivos sostenibles? Nos pone de manifiesto la necesidad de la búsqueda de alimentos sanos y asequibles, y de ello nuestro rector de la Universidad de Las Palmas cuánto nos puede decir al respecto. Y nos pone de manifiesto la aportación y la conciencia que tenemos acerca de este fenómeno del cambio climático, la necesidad de que la economía azul pueda y esté llamada a jugar un papel clave en la acumulación de conocimientos y en la apertura de nuevos horizontes. Y dentro de ello, la producción de algas ha dejado ya de ser una actividad marginal para terminar convirtiéndose cada vez más en uno de los sectores con mayor proyección a nivel mundial. Porque, estimados amigos y amigas, las algas son mucho más que un recurso marino. Las algas son alimentos, son fertilizantes, son ingredientes para muy distintos sectores de la industria, para cosmética, bioplástico, biofertilizantes, vienen a ser fuentes de energía y sobre todo nos aportan una oportunidad de desarrollo inclusivo y sostenible. Y nosotros nos preguntamos, pues, ¿por qué han elegido Casa África como punto de encuentro para debatir científica y tecnológicamente? Pues, habiéndonos hecho esa pregunta, no encontramos otra contestación más clara y nítida. Y es porque África y Europa, repito, África y Europa, y en ese binomio de esos dos continentes, el archipiélago canario juega un papel científico y tecnológicamente importante. Porque África y Europa comparten océanos, comparten costas y tienen ambos continentes retos comunes. Porque, estimadas amigas y amigos, los recursos marinos no conocen fronteras. Porque las soluciones que desarrollemos en Europa, en innovación, en calidad, en procesado o en certificación, ¿qué duda cabe? Que tienen una aplicación directa, una proyección en países africanos donde ya existe una tradición importante de cultivo de algas. Países como Tanzania, Madagascar o Senegal tienen una trayectoria al respecto. Ya en la Agenda 2063 de la Unión Africana, ya en esa agenda se reconoce específicamente la economía azul como motor de prosperidad inclusiva. Y dentro de esa economía azul, la producción de algas aparece como una actividad estratégica, como una actividad con capacidad para generar ingresos locales, para generar empleo femenino y juvenil y para generar oportunidades de exportación hacia mercados globales. Así pues, iniciativas como la que hoy ponen en marcha ustedes no solo fortalecen la competitividad europea, sino que abren, sin duda alguna, un camino para la colaboración transcontinental en investigación, en formación y en la generación de cadenas de valor compartidas. Y permítanme, ante la oportunidad que tengo de dirigirles la palabra a ustedes, en nombre de quienes desempeñamos la actividad institucional en esta casa, permítanme la osadía, si me lo permite el profesor Robaina, la osadía de subrayar algunas áreas donde creo o creemos que existe un enorme potencial de sinergia entre Europa y África. Y el listado al que se me ocurre acudir, en primer lugar, repito, potenciales sinergias de cooperación entre ambos continentes. Y además Canarias es la única región del Estado español recogida en el Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión como región ultraperiférica y a la que se le reconocen singularidades de las que científicamente, digamos, hemos demostrado que los redactores del Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión y del Tratado de la Unión no se equivocaron calificando al archipiélago canario como región ultraperiférica, como puente entre dos continentes. las potenciales sinergias, me atrevo a decir, en primer lugar, en investigación y en desarrollo. Hay capacidades de selección de variedades que se resisten al cambio climático. Hay nuevas aplicaciones biotecnológicas. Hay un mundo amplio en el uso de las algas, como he dicho, como biofertilizantes en agricultura sostenible. En segundo lugar, estimo que hay una sinergia de la que podemos aprovecharnos: la transferencia tecnológica. Es decir, plantas pilotos de procesado que permitan a las comunidades africanas pasar de exportar materia prima a generar productos de alto valor añadido en sus respectivos países. En tercer lugar, una sinergia básica vinculada a la formación y al empoderamiento. Y de ahí me atrevo a decir que programas conjuntos de capacitación técnica y empresarial con un enfoque de género que puedan fortalecer el papel de las mujeres, e incido en el papel de las mujeres africanas, que es donde radica el potencial humano de ese continente. El nuevo papel de las mujeres y singularmente en este sector de la economía azul. Y por último, una sinergia que inexorablemente se producirá: la de los mercados compartidos, con certificación, calidad, trazabilidad, para que los productos africanos puedan llegar a los consumidores europeos con garantías y precios justos a quienes lo generan. Desde Casa África queremos ofrecer nuestra plataforma institucional, nuestra plataforma cultural y de networking para facilitar este diálogo entre empresas, universidades, administraciones y comunidades costeras de ambos continentes. Nuestra sede, esta institución, reitero, Casa África, hoy es, permitan que lo diga con alegría, hoy es la casa de este encuentro de investigadores, de este encuentro de creativos, de este encuentro de académicos. Pero sobre todo, cuánto nos gustaría que a este encuentro le continuasen otros, y en esos otros Casa África pudiese jugar un papel en ese espacio de encuentro permanente donde proyectos como este que hoy justifica la existencia de todos ustedes aquí físicamente, que este encuentro encuentre resonancia y posibilidades de alianza más allá del ámbito estrictamente europeo. Desde luego, yo quisiera felicitar globalmente a nuestra universidad, la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, a los centros investigadores vinculados a la universidad, a centros investigadores de investigación como el ITC del Gobierno de la Comunidad Autónoma de Canarias. Canarias tiene una potencialidad muy vinculada a la capacidad creativa de nuestros profesores, de nuestros investigadores, de nuestros académicos, de nuestros científicos, de nuestros tecnólogos. Y desde luego, cuando meses atrás el profesor Robaina se dirigió a nuestra institución para solicitar que el encuentro se celebrase aquí, nos proporcionó la alegría de sentirnos colaboradores. Y desde esa óptica, siéntanse todos ustedes como colaboradores de la institución Casa África, una institución sin ánimo de lucro, financiada exclusivamente por el esfuerzo de las instituciones públicas y que no ejerce de lobby, sí ejerce de institución que de la creatividad y de la coparticipación hace norma de conducta permanente. Hace unos momentos le comentaba a las ilustres personalidades que nos acompañan en esta mesa que son, por ejemplo, a lo largo del año pasado, más de 400 actividades las que promovió esta casa, y en el año actual esta es una más, pero muy singular, de las que contabilizaremos a comienzos del año próximo. Y tendremos la satisfacción de decir, hemos arrimado el hombro un poquitín con nuestros medios al avance y a la consolidación del proyecto que tiene en la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, pues los protagonistas científicos que hoy nos acompañan. Así que, señor Robaina, profesor Robaina, enhorabuena, y estimado rector Serra, también muchas gracias por tenerte aquí. Según el cronograma que me han dado, me corresponde distribuir juego entre los miembros de la mesa. Ahora tiene la palabra don Miguel Hidalgo. Tiene la palabra don Miguel Hidalgo, consejero del área de sector primario, soberanía alimentaria y seguridad hídrica del Cabildo Insular de Gran Canaria.
Pues, señor director general de Casa África, don José Segura, señor rector, don Luis Serra, el profesor don Rafael Robaina, asistentes también que quiero saludar mediante videoconferencia en este momento, y por supuesto saludar a los asistentes presenciales. A todos muy buenos días. Agradecer en nombre del presidente del Cabildo de Gran Canaria la invitación a la apertura de este foro sobre investigación y economía azul centrada en el prometedor mundo de las algas. Gran Canaria cuenta con la gran fortuna de tener en su territorio espacios como el puerto de Taliarte en Telde, con centros de investigación, desarrollo y producción de alcance mundial e internacional, relacionados todos ellos con la biotecnología azul, en colaboración público-privada. Me gustaría felicitar a la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, al Banco Español de Algas, al Instituto Universitario Ecoaqua en Taliarte, que además, lugar donde se encuentran empresas de acuicultura, la Cofradía de Pesca Artesanal, la Procan, y de hace de este punto, este centro en la isla de Gran Canaria, en la zona de Taliarte, pues un punto de investigación referente a nivel internacional, del cual los gran canarios especialmente, nos sentimos muy orgullosos y queremos ponerlo en valor. Por lo tanto, no solamente estos centros y estos lugares de investigación que se encuentran en Taliarte, pero también queremos agradecer el esfuerzo que se hace desde el ITC, el Instituto Tecnológico de Canarias, en Pozo Izquierdo, y por supuesto a Bioasis Gran Canaria, que es el lugar de donde el Cabildo de Gran Canaria manifiesta su interés y deseo de seguir colaborando activamente con sus diferentes áreas: la Sociedad de Promoción de Gran Canaria, la SPEC, la Consejería de Sector Primario y Soberanía Alimentaria, en todos aquellos proyectos de investigación, diversificación y desarrollo del conocimiento y la economía azul de Gran Canaria, dentro del marco de la FAO de crecimiento azul, con una gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales acuáticos. Mencionar también en esta jornada la colaboración del director insular del sector primario, don Alejandro Báez, biólogo, especialista en acuicultura, y que estará presente en este foro. Y además aprovecho para saludar también igualmente al resto de ponentes y participantes, deseándole que disfruten de un foro sumamente interesante. Reiterar por parte del Cabildo de Gran Canaria y su presidente el agradecimiento y la felicitación a los organizadores y responsables del encuentro por la invitación y el desarrollo de este foro. Muchísimas gracias.
Muy bien, pues muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el rector de la Universidad de Las Palmas, don Luis Serra.
Muchísimas gracias, querido Pepe, director general de Casa de África. Estimado Miguel Hidalgo, consejero del área del sector primario, soberanía alimentaria y seguridad hídrica del Cabildo de Gran Canaria. Querido Rafa Robaina, catedrático de Fisiología Vegetal en nuestra universidad y responsable de este foro. Muy buenos días a todas y todos. Ya nos vimos ayer en la cena en el gabinete literario con algunos de ustedes y para mí es un honor que la ULPGC, la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, les dé la bienvenida a este foro internacional sobre la contribución de la industria de las algas a la bioeconomía azul. Quiero agradecer a los organizadores de nuestra universidad, también del ITC, el Banco Español de Algas, entidad vinculada, perteneciente a nuestra universidad, y a Casa África, el hacer posible este encuentro, así como al Cabildo de Gran Canaria por su apoyo decidido a iniciativas que refuerzan la proyección de nuestra isla en este sector estratégico. Siempre que acudimos a Casa África, tenemos las puertas abiertas para organizar eventos como esta, actividades como esta, siempre. Y siempre que acudimos al Cabildo, mostramos sus puertas abiertas para colaborar en apoyo de iniciativas de esta índole. La ULPGC lleva casi 4 décadas comprometida con la investigación y la innovación en el ámbito marino y marítimo. Contamos con centros de referencia como el Instituto de Oceanografía y Cambio Global, el IOCAC. También la Facultad de Ciencias del Mar, pionera en España, la primera facultad de Ciencias del Mar de nuestro país. Y grupos especializados en acuicultura, biotecnología marina y economía azul que trabajan en colaboración con otras instituciones de la región, otras universidades, centros de la Macaronesia, especialmente también el ITC, el Instituto Tecnológico de Canarias, cuyo director está hoy aquí con nosotros, querido Gonzalo, la plataforma Plocan también, y muchas otras entidades vinculadas a este sector estratégico, tanto públicas como privadas. En los últimos años hemos impulsado muchos proyectos europeos y redes de colaboración que ponen de manifiesto nuestro interés en el desarrollo sostenible del sector de las algas, tanto en su vertiente científica como en su transferencia al tejido empresarial. Algunos ejemplos de ello son las líneas de investigación en bioproductos derivados de algas, el estudio de su papel en la mitigación del cambio climático o su aplicación en alimentación, la salud, tema que me interesa mucho a nivel personal como investigador, y cosmética. Rafael Robaina, el profesor Robaina, es catedrático de Fisiología Vegetal e investigador principal en muchos proyectos internacionales, nacionales y autonómicos, y sus investigaciones han estado centradas en la fisiología de macroalgas, la genética y la expresión génica, situando a la ULPGC en primera línea de la investigación en este ámbito. Este foro representa una magnífica oportunidad para fortalecer la cooperación entre universidades, empresas e instituciones y para situar a Canarias en un nodo de conocimiento y de innovación en la bioeconomía azul. Somos una universidad atlántica, proyectada en el Mediterráneo y comprometida con su entorno, que reafirma hoy su disposición a seguir colaborando con todos ustedes en este camino hacia un futuro más sostenible e inclusivo. Yo, si me lo permiten, es difícil inaugurar alguna actividad con normalidad. Este curso no está siendo lo normal que debería. Y en estos momentos que tenemos una flotilla de distintos países a las costas de de Gaza. No puedo dejar de pensar en esta gente, esta importante misión humanitaria que están desarrollando, y quiero desde aquí también unirme a ellos por lo menos en alma, ¿no? In this sense, the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria is proud to contribute to the international dialogue on the Blue-Bioeconomy, and we are confident that the outcomes of this forum will inspire new collaborations, innovative projects, and sustainable solutions for our shared future. So, thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Les deseo una magnífica jornada, muy productiva, y que nos trasladen las conclusiones de la misma para poder seguir avanzando en este importante campo. Muchísimas gracias.
So we're going to start with the first talk, just to say goodbye to our authorities and this welcoming session. Thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much, Consejero. And of course, Luis Serra, my boss, my rector. Thank you. Thanks for coming and for supporting us. According to the program, we have the first talk by Céline Rebourg. She's coming from Norway. Probably the same weather like here, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly the same. Of course, she's going to talk about the experience at the Nordic countries. Céline Rebourg is a senior researcher at Månsforsking, if I say it well, and worked on production and products development the last 28 years, both in the industry and academia. She has an interest in environmental, financial, and social assessment of aquaculture and focuses on risks to ecosystems and carbon footprints. Her main expertise lies in low trophic level organisms, such as algae or echinoderms, and the study of integrated sea and land-based production systems. So, the floor is yours.
The tradition is to stand or to sit? Or should
Yeah,
we sit?
you can sit because
Yeah. Okay.
well, the tradition you can do your way, but better here you will be more comfortable just sitting.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
I will go there.
So I'm not going to see the screen, or maybe you see it on the. Yeah. Okay. I will
Okay.
do my best. I don't know if you hear me. Does it work?
Yeah.
I can speak louder, but yeah. So yes, my name is Céline Rebourg. I want to thank first Raphael and Daniel to invite me to be part of the advisory board and to give a talk about the oversight of Europe. So I'm going to first introduce where I work, because it's the oversight of Europe and it's very different from here. And also I work for a non-profit private institution. And this institution is located, you see, on the west coast of Norway. And we have three entities. Mine is in Ålesund, the softest one. Doesn't mean the warmest one, but it's still the softest one. And then in Ålesund, this is the headquarters of the company. That is the research institute is on the campus called Ålesund. And we are located in this Norwegian Maritime Competence Center. This is a competence with a lot of companies that are working with innovation, and also research institutes are located here. And it's also hosts the global maritime center of expertise. So there is a long tradition of research in the ocean, but it's more we are working more with biology, and most of the people are working with high technology and offshore technology. So on the campus, we also have the largest technological university in Norway. So this is Mørforskning, and we are on one of the oldest building of this section here. So that's our little campus. So we see we are very close to the sea. Here we have our analytical lab and our main offices. But we have another lab which is located a little further on the other side of Ålesund. This is an island, and we are associated with the Atlanterhavsparken. Atlanterhavs in Norwegian mean the Atlantic Ocean. So we are located also there for everything that has to do with aquaculture and research with water. Because then we are working with this facility, which is a national aquarium, very nice aquarium, I have to say. So if you ever visit Ålesund, you could have fun. It's very children friendly. Everything is for education here. And also there is a big section to teach you about aquaculture in Norway, salmon aquaculture, which is one of the main industry. It's also teach children, and the university also teach here everything that is a little more requiring water. So this is the start of the talk now. I was asked to present the European production. We focus on the Nordic, but we cannot talk about a seaweed industry without thinking a seaweed industry is a global industry. When you look at export-import, basically, and especially in Europe, there is a traffic going on. Everyone is buying, even producer, and repackaging, I guess, formulating and reselling. So when you look at the import-export in Europe, everyone is, it's very hard to follow exactly what's going on with species, but we can see seaweed products are really much traffic around the world. So it's a global market. So if you want to enter a global market, you need to know what's going on here. So you can see the blue line is the production coming from wild harvest. And here you will see Europe is actually one of the big players. But the aquaculture, not so much. We have not participated to this nice exponential phase from the 90s and 2000. And you can see we are getting at the end of the exponential phase. And there is many explanation. Japan was one of the main producers, went out after Fukushima. So they have a lot of problem. There is also a lot of problem because most of this production happen in Asia. But due to different change also in the way to see things, before you will go to Qingdao, find seaweed farm in the harbor, an industrial harbor. Now in China, they know it's not healthy. They don't do that anymore. They have limited the space. And also they have even their heel are humongous for the species. They have really pushed the species to the limit. They also then, when you domesticate a species, intensify meat disease. So there are a lot of things going on also with the okema in Indonesia. So there's a lot of things that can explain this inflection that is slowed down in the development of this extraordinary exponential phase of the last 20 years. But it doesn't mean there is no market. There is a demand for seaweed product, but unfortunately, right now, nobody is actually answering it. So there is a demand, and there, as the people here say, there is also a very strong political will because of what seaweed can do in terms of sustainable goal, help Europe to answer the sustainable goal. So, because Europe has a lot of strategic documents, from the Green Deal, Farm to Fork, this is the list. All of these strategic documents that are very fashion now, that are very into action, are communication from the EU that they want seaweed on the place. Even now, the Circular Economy Action Plan that is going to be turned into action, there is proposal from, for example, the Phosphorus Platform to be developing seaweed as a mean to reach circular economy. Circular economy is going to turn into a regulation. So it's not just an action plan, a strategy is going to be now part of the regulation. And when you go to regulation, then everyone has to work to fit into that regulation when you're a state member. So, but the main one for us, all of this has led to the creation of the last, not the last one, but the strong and sustainable EU algae sector strategy. That strategy is quite specific in Europe. few sectors got a strategy for the development of a new sector. We have one. So it's a very positive political will for us to do seaweed. And there are money put into that. So this is they have now made the report on the first investment phase, the portfolio that the EU allocated to that. And now they are starting a new one that is going to be even bigger. So the Blue Invest Fund is under the European Maritime Fishery and Aquaculture Fund. This is like coming from different parts of Europe. And this is funding, the Blue Invest is more about supporting with advice and with assistance company to develop their businesses. So they have a lot of experts to develop businesses. So it's very various. If you go on their website, it's all type of advice a new entrepreneur, a young company, SME will need. So 97 company has been developed thanks to this fund. 39 got technical assistance heavily, but 26 only reach TRL 9. TRL 9 is the highest level of readiness for a company when they reach the market. A lot of companies are now around 6, 7 in Europe. So they are past the pilot, but they do not reach what we will fit into an industry, or what I define as an industry. And then we have, of course, to do this new industry, we need a lot of money from the Horizon. Horizon is about research and innovation, and there were 116 projects about algae, because this strategy is not just about seaweed, it's also about microalgae, and I know that in Spain and Portugal, you have to take advantage of that. There are very advanced companies in those countries that are good with microalgae. For the seaweed, we had 25 projects, and we also had 11 projects that deal with algae, micro and macro, with something else that is part of this circularity, using the waste or using algae to feed something else. So the invertebrate and the fish are, they were part of those projects. So that's the political situation. So we have a good chance. So, and EU, every 2 years, assess what's going on with all the biomass supply use in Europe. So it goes from forestry, all type of biomass production in Europe is assessed in terms of production and progress. And how we do, because it's with the idea of fitting the sustainable goal and the circular economy and so on, so to be able to regulate an industry or to govern an industry and fit into the social life we all have, the EU Commission need data. So we are doing report every 2 years, and there are a chapter on all the number that will come after. It's part of this study we did with the EU Commission. This year was the 10-year anniversary of those reports, and we also included a sustainable chapter. I'm not going to talk about this, but we have to remember in Europe, we want seaweed because we think it will be a sustainable. So what means sustainable? It means it will last long in terms of business, so money and environment. It will not damage the environment. And so that's the point of sustainable. It's not a business that will make a lot of money in 3 years, like a lot of business does, collapse the environment, and then maybe all the resources is exhausted, like it happens sometime in seaweed. There are examples of that. They take all the resources 3 years after the local has nothing to exploit anymore because it has disappeared. It's happened in Peru many years ago. And they did governance to come in and to do something about it. They did, so now the resources is, so it's very important to know all of this. So you can find more detail in those reports. So that's the situation about where we perform well is wild harvest. Wild harvest, we are contributing for almost 23%, but only 7.5% of the global production of seaweed through harvesting come from the EU 27. So I made a clear distinction because when I'm not in the EU 27, when I'm located in Norway, and therefore I have to follow European law if I want to sell to Europe. But I also have an independency to develop. There are rules to follow when you are part of the economical zone or the Schengen area. But for certain things, Norway and Iceland has more freedom or more, they can do their Nordic way to do things. So the main producers are France, Ireland, Estonia, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. France and Ireland are very old producers. Spain and Italy were also in the past. but they have reduced their production or their harvesting. So what is harvest? Brown seaweed. Of course, with Norway and Iceland, it's the large seaweed, so Laminaria perborea, Ascophyllum nodosum, Laminaria digitata, it's big species, so you do big volume with that. But the other one, the 2%, are also very interesting species. Some are actually higher price per kilo, so maybe you don't need quantity, you can choose a higher price species. So Immortalia elongata, Undara pinnatifida was imported in the 80s or 70s, I don't remember, for cultivation in France, and then it spread, so people now are harvested. But it's not a local species. And EU is very focused on developing endemic species. They would like to avoid the Coller pastor in the Mediterranean Sea, the sargassum in the north. So because when you introduce a new species, it pushes the local species, and you will lose the maybe some of your species may have in the future advantage to have. So Europe is trying to avoid mass cultivation of non-local species, not just endemic, but local to your area. But of course, if there is a business and it's controlled, it is authorized. So Gelidium, a species, Fucellaria, it's more in the Baltic. It's a small red species too, Porphyra, and Alaria esculenta, which is a species that has been consumed in Europe for a long time. The green species are very difficult to determine, so they are reported like green species or chlorophyceae. It's not very explained what it is. And through the database, through the year, it has been called monostroma, ulva, Anteromorpha intestinalis. So we have been in discussion now with the EU to try to have a better naming and identification of all the species that are produced in Europe, because that doesn't help to regulate when we don't know what we are exploiting. And then maybe the part everyone is more interested in here today is the aquaculture. So that's the new part. It started in '95 in France with the first, I'm talking about commercial production here, not trial and research that is done everywhere. So, and then it was followed by Italy in a pound, I think it was Gracilaria, if I remember. And then it followed up with Spain, Ireland, and Denmark. At the same time in Greenland, they were also trial. They have story of frozen farm in Greenland. It's interesting to listen to. And then the latest player were Portugal and Norway, and later on the Faroe Islands. So Portugal and Norway has actually a relationship, because one of the companies that also is responsible today for one of the largest producers in Norway was established actually by a Norwegian living in Portugal. So the company is also established in Portugal, but also we also know the story of Alga Plus that was established about the same year. It is a land-based integrated production in Portugal. So Norway and Portugal has worked together also for the at-sea production development, like Norway and France and Ireland worked when they did the mechanization of the harvest. So collaboration in Europe to develop technology is not new. Species for cultivation are also brown algae, because we know how to do it. It's the easiest, I think, to produce, and you get large volume quickly. In 6 months, once they have been put at sea, you deploy between, depending where you are, but November to February, you can deploy the sporophyte, the small sporophyte out of the gametophyte, and then you can harvest in May. So it's a very short production. But the problem, the species has a lot of problem, and you will see, due to their composition. And we have an issue to find a market, even we can produce big volume. I will show you the number. It has went up and down, and I will explain why. We have other species that has reached higher price, which are Ulva, Palmaria palmata, and Gracilaria species. Those ones are the ones making more money per ton. That's the big one. So the quantity produced per country, and that's where I get to the Nordic country, because I think we need a definition. What's a Nordic country? You are so far from the Nordic country here. I can understand the confusion between the Scandinavian and north of Europe, so I will explain you this. So, but then the producer between, if you look 21, 22, Norway in 21 was the main producer, but then in 22 it switched, it became Ireland. And this I will explain by showing the number, what's going on in Norway. Norway has put a lot of effort. It has been really trying to intensify, to really push, but without a market, it's really hard to continue. When Ireland has been slower, but I guess they have found a market lately for certain products, and then they have increased. In the EU27, France, Portugal, Denmark, and Spain are also producers. Spain, you can see you're doing well. With 5 tons, you're making a lot of money. Okay, so I guess it's Gracilaria, maybe, yeah. So maybe that's the way to start, because when you have a lot of money, you can start to develop the other species that may be useful for different purposes, but maybe you need the money when you do a business. The Faroe Islands, they are the newcomer. They are doing quite well quickly. They produce brown algae. They can manage to harvest several times a year, which is because of the specificity of the space. But usually I took them out, they are reported with Denmark. And that's why we think Denmark is a big producer. Now, it's their autonomous region, that is the Faroe Islands. Because that's how the Nordic works. So the Nordic, it's around the North Pole, the Arctic and North Atlantic. So there is 5 sovereign states, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden. But because of our history in the north and everyone was occupying everyone, and yeah, so now everyone is at peace. But the Faroe Islands and Greenland, they are autonomous region, but they belong to Denmark. When Åland, which is, so the Faroe Island is the cycle on the top of England, Scotland here, when Åland is the little point you can see. It's very tiny island between Sweden and Finland, and it belongs to Finland. So the Baltic also has been, which is the sea where it's located, is trying also to develop with their neighbor country, the Baltic. They are trying to develop certain species, but the main exploitation here is harvesting of Fucellaria. So that was just to make a geographical clarification, and that's why I decided to focus on Norway, because 5 sovereign states, 3 of them are part of the EU27. Iceland and Norway are part of the economical zone and Schengen agreement. So we are not dealing with things the same way. So the Norway, like every European country or every country in the world, has very much focused to achieve the sustainability goal. So they have several documents to exploitation of their ocean that lead to regulation. And they have an integrated, since 5 years now, since 2020, an integrated management plan. Because Norway, you see, is very long and has 3 different seas. So it was initially 3 different plans, and that's very important when you want to develop seaweed cultivation. So, and to develop seaweed cultivation at sea, or aquaculture, Norway has a big model, which is the salmon. And every time they try to develop an aquaculture, they look at their salmon production, because that's where the money is, and the place is already occupied by this salmon industry. So you will not put seaweed if you do not collaborate with salmon in a way, or at least understand what's going on here. So it's because it's a very fast growing. It has made a lot of money. You can see the 9 billion euro in 24. And the government want to increase because they know how to do salmon. And people want to eat salmon all over the place. It's exported worldwide. I saw a lot of salmon here. I guess they come from maybe Chile or Norway, most likely. So this is a fish people like. But it's a carnivorous fish, so it needs protein and lipids. So that's one of the argumentation why seaweed could be, or algae, a source of those missing ingredients. But I will present some results how this is possible. But you see, like the seaweed industry, inflection the last 15 years. And the reason why is disease, and there is a limit of space and intensification. So the limiting factor are this little nasty sea lice, which is because they have sought out all bacteria disease through vaccination, but the parasite is another story. It's a crustacean that go on the fish, make holes in the skin, and make the fish sick. Yeah, and it's not really nice to sell a fish full of sea lice. So they have spent lots, 45 million euro in average a year, and even more in the last year, to develop fancy technology to shoot at sea lice, to kill sea lice, to prevent the fish to get, so they have this curtain coming up and down with the cage, putting them offshore. Offshore is a very expensive technology, so they spend billions in the last 20 years to try to fight this disease. Not very successful yet, so they have to, before they figure out how to get rid of this parasite, because there is a big risk also that it transfers to the wild salmon. So it's very regulated. If a farm is infested, it has to be too high. You have to treat it. If you can't, then it's not going to stay here, and you have to shut down the area. Because wild salmon is not aquaculture salmon. They are now almost two different organisms. So they don't want this to lose their wild salmon. Which is if you need to go back, you need your wild salmon. So they have zoning strategy. One zoning, this is the aquaculture in Norway. Every red spot is an aquaculture farm. The rule is 5 kilometers between facility, that is a farm or a slaughtery or nursery. But if you have fallow period, a fallow period is when you have to, at the end of the production, to leave your farm with no fish, to try to clean up both the sediment and try to reduce the pressure if it has been sea lice. So you can reduce this distance if the whole region decide to work together, shut down, have their production run at the same time. The salmon production is very controlled. We know they deploy at certain time, they harvest the fish is going like a robot almost, and they control the feed. They can do that. So then they can reduce to 2.5, and in some case, they can allow to even go down closer farm. But the rule is 5 kilometers, so you see, and then you have all the zone you can't put a fish farm. There is area, it's not allowed to put a fish farm because those areas are decided by the municipality if they want a fish farm or not, and they reserve places for tourist activity, for over-activity, or if you have an harbor, or if you have an industry that may release pollutant, then you don't want a fish farm here. So, and in the last year, they have to intensify even more. So they have another zoning method, which is the country is divided in 13 regions. And a region every 2 years is allocated a production capacity based on the sea lice, is purely sea lice count. So depending how much contaminated is your region, you can increase if you're green. So you see the north is still green. If you are under a certain level of contamination, then it's yellow. You can't increase. And if you are bad, then like all south of Norway is red. The red part is the most intensive production traditionally of salmon in Norway. So they are moving north. That's the strategy. So besides moving north, they also will need, if they want to intensify the salmon, they will need more nutrients to feed those salmon, but they also have more nutriment into the sea. And that the government, of course, is worried because where to get protein and lipids, and what do we do with nitrogen and phosphorus once it's in the sea? We can't just leave it here. So, and of course, the disease outbreak may even intensify. So there are need for solution to diversify, and that's why seaweed is also part of a big strategy in Norway, because it's seen as a solution to all these problems. Because as I say, moving north, okay, but that will not change the problem, and it's fragile environment, and we enter the Arctic zone, so we can't enter there without a solution to mitigate the emission, for example, of nitrogen and phosphorus. And the other is to move on land. A lot of companies now are discussing to move on land, but then moving on land, even in Norway, we are just 5 million in this big territory. You can't put a farm everywhere, and you will not be able to release your water without treatment. So you need a solution, and for phycologists here in the room, you know that seaweed are the good candidate for that. So IMTA was the push for IMTA is integrated in multitrophic aquaculture. They were NGO and Bellona that forced, I think it was 2010 or even before, that actually went to see the salmon, and they signed a mooring agreement that they are going to find a solution about nitrogen and phosphorus release and reduce. So farmer has worked intensively to improve the feeding ratio of their fish, and this is a high performing fish now, and also pay to develop technology to be able to take the nitrogen and phosphorus back from the sea. So they have the government and the industry has been exploring this, and this is to answer this circularity need Norway has. We can't keep releasing things in the sea. And also, due to the space, if we can put a seaweed farm, because a salmon farm is an area, but it doesn't occupy the whole area. It really occupies a small portion of it. And then, as the regulation is built up, it could be possible between these 5 kilometers to put seaweed farm, because they are not a fish farm or animal farm. So logically, even the law then, back then, didn't allow that. It will be logical to be able, with 5 kilometers, be occupied by seaweed to treat the... But the first approach was integrated. Because we know, we have made experiment, the closer you are to the farm, then you take the nutriment from that farm. But it has challenge to do that. So, yeah, as I said, the authority very positive to this, even the Crown Prince, it's Crown Prince in English? The Prince of Norway. We have a king and a prince. He's very supportive of this technology. And environmental impact is focused. So we had in 2023 59 locations where we could put seaweed in co-production with any species. So it can be from scallop to salmon, anything we produce, we can put. We have 59 locations. But still, the main production, which is the animal production, run what you can do. So when you have a fish farm, you have to know you see small cages, but under we are a deep sea, so 140 meters of mooring, so you can't put actually your seaweed farm so close, because then you're going to have technical problems, and you're going to have a safety issue on your salmon farm. You don't want your salmon or other animal to get lost in the sea. So usually it's add-on, and you have to navigate this. It's not integrated. We try to place the seaweed where it's the most convenient, not where the seaweed are going to go the best. I have got farm where they put it the wrong way in the current, so it was growing, but it was not doing the job because it was in the wrong side. But we couldn't put it on the other side because of the license, the location. Yeah. So, and the formation, we couldn't move the salmon farm because they put the salmon farm where it go best, and then we couldn't. I have to see the time maybe. Yeah. So it's a problem, and we didn't reach. We have commercial licensing, but what I call an industry, large commercial scale was never and is still not reached in Norway. And also there are some regulatory framework. Initially, the authority didn't allow us to get too close to the fish because they were worried seaweed could act as a reservoir of disease. But then we demonstrate it's not the case. So now they change a little their point of view on that. We still have a problem is what we produce with fish waste, meaning the nitrogen, we can't feed it back to the salmon. So this idea of doing collecting nitrogen and protein and nitrogen and phosphorus and feeding that as a protein source, that's difficult when you can't do that because they don't want this. It has to do with all story of Madco in the 90s. That's a strong worry. So we need to demonstrate still that it's safe. Okay, so yeah, that's why the argumentation is here. So 45% is dissolved in organic nitrogen coming out of the fish farm, and a little phosphorus. But even phosphorus need to be from agriculture because salmon is fed the protein and the lipids come from agriculture. They come from topsoil and soya. So the phosphorus, mineral phosphorus, is used to produce those crops in different countries. So yeah, it's in Brazil. And then it's put in the sea. And the fish release that in the sea. So it's not really acceptable with the situation we have the phosphorus today. So seaweed need to be, that's why it's a strong argument. Even there is not so many phosphorus release compared to the nitrogen. And seaweed usually are not deficient in phosphorus. There's enough phosphorus in the sea, but they need the nitrogen. So yes. So the species proposed, as I say, in Norway is mainly Saccharina latissima and Alaria esculenta. We don't see, but those two are MTA farm I work with. So the one on your right is the first Alaria farm, the first MTA farm commercial in Norway that I had with a company. I did the research on the FP7 iDream project, so it's old time. You can see the raft we have on the back, and I was lucky here. I could do integrated. I could never do that after. They moved the fish cage and put my line, and I could put it ready between the fish cage. And after the next farm now, that was larger, we deploy up to 2 hectares. That was not possible anymore. So integrated went off, and I was pushed. Seaweed is pushed further and further away. So how many seaweed do we need to treat a fish farm with nitrogen? Take the nitrogen away. So to take 12%, we will need 25 hectares of a normal small fish farm, because that's a small by today criteria. So what is 25 hectares? That's 2 hectares. You see the fish farm on the back. So as I say, it's not occupying much. So the mooring system is quite, so the yellow boys is 2 hectares. So you will need to cover the fjord with seaweed, just to take 12% of this farm. So with what we can do with our seaweed today, that's the problem, is our seaweed are wild. They are specimens we harvest from the wild and produce directly. So they are not like the Chinese or the Japanese one that has been several generations of selective breeding. So still discussion about this. How can we modify? Because of course, at its open, it's not like a fish cage. You can contain your fish. You can't contain your seaweed. Especially when you deploy, it's gametophyte. It's a small stage of the algae. It's on the rope. Even it has started to develop tiny sporophyte, which is the leaf of the seaweed. I'm trying to explain, as I don't know how much people know about this, but then this gametophyte, you can see it's floating. And it's normal because we deploy. So there are issues here, environmental issue, when you deploy a seaweed farm. So to move to an industry, Norway has developed technology. So we started with this raft, you see, very artisanal. So that's for the 2 hectare farm. And then down here, that's one of our largest farm that can go up to 1,000 tons. And this is boat can harvest 60 tons a day. But the problem, this farm started, it's a Leroy owned farm. They started as an MTA concept, but because of that size, they move away and they are using a part of the fjord to do that. They are not reaching those level of production, but they are ready to do that. Yes, because you see the size of the boat. It needs to circulate. You can't be around the fish farm and make it dangerous. So it's very important to also consider this aspect when you're developing an industry. And in Norway, we are now not discussing integrated, but more ecosystem-based approach management, because it will not make sense logistically to do an integrated farm unless you produce 10 fish. That's not going to be very economically sustainable. So this is the production. So if you look in terms of value, it's okay, but it's not reaching the Spanish price. And you see the money is not that good. This is in Norwegian NOK. It's 1.5 million. So you divide by 11.7 for euro. So it's not much money they make out of their seaweed after all this investment. It was a peak in 2020 because the first year the government and the industry were pushing to reach those volume. And also they had a buyer. The big buyer was feed. You remember, we can't put it back to the salmon, so they found a cattle, I think it was cattle feed producer that was buying and very pushing for fermented seaweed. So they developed all the technology and they end up having capacity of big volume. But then the Danish company decided, no, I'm not, or Netherlands company, Dutch company decided not to buy this volume anymore. So then they end up with all this production of fermented seaweed and nobody wanted. So, but then they were lucky, a food processor, a big food processor in Norway decided to include it in their burger, in their processed food, and therefore they could last until last year. And in 2023, after 3 years of investment, this food processor decided it's too costly. The market is not yet big enough because it's a large food processor in Europe. And then now they have to reduce because they can't keep producing seaweed. They have tons of seaweed lying around not sold. So that's why you see until 2020 we have 27 companies, and then they go bankrupt one after the other. We have also, but we still have increase in licensing and site, and the employees still increase. So the companies still find investors that believe in their business to continue and try to break through this problem we have now. This is the quantity. Since 2 years, we are also reporting the quantity. We are not producing. We are producing but not harvesting. And therefore, this is very important in terms of management to see what's actually the total production. This is the capacity of Norway to produce. We are not even a third of the surface that is allocated to seaweed in production. So we can increase, but the big problem is the market. And why we can't find a market is due to the worry of this brown seaweed. So I just go quickly through that, then I will reach the end. So the big problem with the seaweed is the heavy metal content and iodine. So cadmium and iodine and arsenic. But through several analyses, we did it in IMTA system, in monoculture. Cadmium and arsenic can be a problem, but there is way to if you harvest early enough, and some location has less. Iodine, it's the same. So that will need some management, and also it depends also how much of a seaweed you're putting in your food, if you're targeting the food. But mineral can be a problem for animal feed. You can't put too much mineral in formulation of animal feed. So there is some work, or maybe we need to change the species. We look at the allergen, because in IMTA that was an issue. We demonstrate both monoculture and IMTA system. We do not have above the limit to require even precautionary labeling. So we are safe, except when there is contamination in the production line. Or in some case, we can observe more if you're closer to the farm, the fish farm. And then the claim about climate change. So the population is very, the environmental problems that salmon farming is meeting is to have to use soya produced in Brazil, destroying the Amazonie to produce the fish. So the public opinion is really, for many years now, would like another source. The government, that's why it's interesting in the algae for this. However, it's a trade-off. You will not use phosphorus, you will maybe, if you stay at sea, you don't use the land, but you still use a lot of energy to dry those seaweed and process those seaweed. So we did calculation, both through life cycle assessment and economical assessment. So we by the size, when we did this study that the industry had in 2020, 32 kilo of CO2 per kilo of protein. That's not possible. Soya is 5. But with all the predictive scenario, we could go to 2.2, and it's because Norway has a very nice energy, which is hydropower. That's the only reason why we could maybe manage this. Economically, nobody is going to buy seaweed protein because it's 2.5 more expensive than the soya protein. So that's a challenge for the seaweed industry. But of course, it's a nascent industry, and maybe kelp is not the answer. So for many years, I've been trying to get this one, maybe better. It's ulva, high level of protein. It can be produced in brackish water, so we also have not the problem of salt and mineral as we have with the kelp. So it's a very interesting species to work with. And it can be, it doesn't grow very well in the sea, no, it's not enough nutriment. But if we move land-based, a lot of production, and at least all the land-based production of the nursery and so on, could use ulva as a filter. Because they do RAS system, but it's still 50% of the nitrogen going in the water. So to develop an industry, it's about investment, it's about political will. So in Norway, the government has continuous dialogue with the industry, and it's in Norwegian, but they are really aware. Before, you couldn't get your market investigation paid by research or government, but the government is trying to, it's not going to be done by research, but through several organs, like they did for the salmon, they are going to help the salmon farmer to help with the marketing and also the price of the production, reduce this price of the production. So it's very important the government is helping. So this is the conclusion. We may have started with the wrong seaweed, and we may not have seaweed that are known physiologically enough to be producing at their maximum. We need to document the environmental impact. I have not explored all of the problems that seaweed farming poses when it's at sea, but we need to really work to really answer this claim. If we are doing better, we need to do better. We can't just say, oh, they are accumulating CO2. Yeah, but as soon as you're consuming, it's CO2 carbon farming. It's not carbon storing. There are projects to put it down deep in the sea. We don't know what this could even create, even worse. So, and we also need to treat the salmon pollution, which is nitrogen and phosphorus. When I say pollution, you need to have a seaweed industry at the same size. We are far off. You see my picture earlier. The product, to reach the market, we need to show the product is safe and used for something. And yeah, the economical performance, as I just said. Because that's the next step. The next step is the multi-use of the sea. And this is due, we need now also, in addition, to shrink our surface at the sea, because we have to protect 30% of our ocean by 2050. So there is even less space to produce, and especially in coastal area. Yeah, so thank you for your attention. Yeah, this is the team I work with. Sorry for... Sorry, I went a little slow at the beginning.
Yeah.
Should I ask if people want to ask questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the plan. So
Yes.
we have some time for question, and oh, sorry, we have voice enough, but anyway, but for the streaming people, so we have some time for questions, and also after that we will have a coffee, and also other talk. So we will save some time with the lunch. So don't worry, and go ahead if someone want to ask something to Sally. Thanks anyway for your nice talk. We have there. Yeah, it's Lorraine.
It's light here. It's like the
Hello.
scene.
Hi.
So I don't see you very well.
Lovely, thank you. And that was a really fascinating presentation. Thank you so much for the insights. We also farm in Ireland, so I can relate to almost everything that you're mentioning, especially in terms of the challenges. But it's really good to see a lot of the work that you're doing, and obviously a lot of the partners that you're working with. I have a question on the fermented seaweed product. For the animal feed specifically, I think you mentioned cattle feed. I was wondering, do you know why they chose fermented seaweed as opposed to maybe frozen or dried or fresh?
In terms of conservation, you see the boat, the big boat I was showing. They just harvest the seaweed, spray the mixed. They have a patent, and it go down the big container, and that's it. And it stay here. It has to be, of course, protected. It was a lot of story about air or oxygen, making all the wrong mix of microorganisms. But now they put it in those containers with this mixed, and it go down, close it, and few days in, because the regulation you need to reach pH, I think it's 4, isn't it, in 2 days. So and then it's stable, and it costs, except you're cultivating your bacteria, but it was the cheapest option. Freezing need electricity, drying need electricity, and also there is a time. How much we did a lot of projects about freezing, where you even with the technology used in the fish industry, for example, when the fish come from the fishery, they have this tunnel blast freezer. It takes time.
Yes.
60 tons, and seaweed are particular, especially saccharida. Oh, it's not a nice algae to work with. It's sticky, it doesn't do what you want, and in drying it's even worse. It has a lot of water, so you have difficulty. You have basically, a farm has 2 weeks to 3 weeks to harvest to get the best quality. Sometimes even a week will be better, because as soon as you pass the time, you get all the epiphytes. So it's very important to harvest quickly and conserve quickly, because you don't want fresh seaweed lying around out of the water, or even in the water, because they get contaminated, and that's just useless what stay in the water. Yeah.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you. We also have some experience working with we worked with citric acid preservation, also using one of the recipes from Arctic seaweed from Norway as well. Yes, as you say, it comes with a lot of challenges. But I suppose back to then to maybe rephrase the question, the fermented seaweed request didn't necessarily come from the customer. It came from the processor to say, hey, we can produce this at a various cost, rather than the cattle farmer saying, actually, what we prefer is fermented seaweed.
Because they knew they need to conserve the product to keep the highest quality, but also they use lactic acid bacteria, one kind of fermentation, and also when you use the acid, that's what you prioritize, and those are, we know, probiotic, and that could be the other side of the story. But I have to say, the company that was demanding this product was very secretive. They were not really sharing. Even the Arctic seaweed and the other, they developed their own mix because they couldn't know, the other producer couldn't know what was in this mix they were adding. So there is a lot, of course, of issue when you develop a new business, and of course when you have a nice product and you have a nice technology, you don't want to spread it, but it has a downside, is the producer of seaweed did not know what they were doing when they were processing this way, and why, because they have to use the mix given by the buyer. So I guess the bacteria inside that mix were something good for also the animal, and also it helped the animal to digest. Seaweed are not very digestible. Okay, it's alginate, except many polygastric animal, but the monogastric it's more diuretic. so that's you can't use a big quantity neither in the formulation.
Okay, just to maybe also summarize my question, the reason I'm asking is, of course, because we are growing seaweed for food in Ireland, and we have so many challenges with the iodine, as you mentioned. We don't have the other heavy metals, but iodine is a big challenge for us. Also, of course, cost, and then the market demand. So the reason that I have such an interest in maybe cattle food or animal food is there something that we can tap into with other species, or the species that we're currently growing, to maybe explore some of those markets rather than food or away from food?
Some other species has lower mineral content.
Okay.
The problem with kelp is a lot of ashes, So that's, I mean, kelp was used to produce soap. It was burned all over the north of Europe because it produced high mineral ashes to produce soap, the black soap. We use in the Middle Age, or not in the Middle Age, but 3 centuries ago. So I think we have produced a seaweed that may that is easy to grow and so on, but it's not maybe fitting for what we want it to use it for. What we could use it for is the alginate industry. The alginate industry need resources, but they pay so little, nobody wants, because the wild resources have pushed the price down, and the Chinese production has pushed, it's very intense and has pushed the price down for the alginate. So I think it's a reconsideration of what market. I think we should start there. What market we can actually reach for the price we can produce for.
So you can continue talking because we have now coffee. Juan Luis, you have a question? The last question, perhaps, after what?
Thank you. Celine, it's a pleasure to meet you here in the Canary Islands. It's your first time here, so it's great to have you here. Very nice talk. Just a comment regarding this. I don't like very much to highlight when we talk about the arsenic content and iodine content in seaweeds, because not all the species of seaweeds are high in arsenic and iodine. So we have to highlight that in this kind of brown algae, Saccharina, Alaria, we can have this kind of levels. But indeed, this food safety authorities in Europe, they are not forbidden the consumption of this kind of species. They make recommendations, which is very important to highlight. Anyway, my question is, do you think that we should do a strong work trying to diversify species that we can cultivate in Europe?
We need to diversify, but we need to have a demonstration case. So we need to diversify to the right species and put enough effort that at least one or two species, because there is 800 species of seaweed in Brittany, close to where I come from. So that's not possible. We need to really be smart at selecting what species will reach the market without the safety issue. So for me, it's ulva, and also easy to produce, cheaper to produce. So there is a lot of parameter. So diversification, yes, but a smart one, a smart that will show the authority and the investor that it's possible and it does the job. And it does the job for everyone worried about the sustainable goal. It has to do the job also here, not just economical performance.
So we have at this moment almost 20 minutes of delay. So we are going to have a coffee just to wake up, and then I will see you in 10 minutes. Yeah, seated to start the other sessions, right? Thank you, Celine, for coming and for your. Fabio, ¿qué fue?
I can, if you want, have the population. Sure. So if you could carry on here during this part, because we will have some okay. Then I doing the round table. Okay, you have the name of the round table. I then activate the calculation, beginning of the calculation, and then again during the questions. Okay, great. You can do that. Yes, I can do it because it's you know, and then people will understand. If you are following the agenda here, you will see the picture and you will recognize. But if you are following on the YouTube, you don't have the information. So I see here I need more time for the registration and during the presentation, then 50 seconds, I take off, and we change the person, activate the game, okay. Okay, I can do it, don't worry. Okay, perfect, thank you so much, and sorry for aquí fuera. Hey, how are you?
No, les necesito Daniel. Daniel y ellos.
Para yo poder...
It's fine, it's fine. We are gonna do it from online version.
¿Todo online? Entonces, salgo...
Que me lo mande por correo a mí.
Vale. Vale, al final...
please have a seat. We have to start. No, yo ahora sí que hay que controlar. El no me parecía que era conveniente meter la gran invitada. So I have to call Flavio and Joaquin. Flavio. No, 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 espera que está gente ahí. Isabel, could you tell Flavio? Okay. So Flavio, no, you have to sit there, up here. So, after the nice talk by the key speaker Seaweed, just to show what the thing goes in other places, this forum at least, and probably the next, promoted by the project I3 for Seaweed, is just to, to disseminate seaweeds as potential resources, but also to show the experience that people are working in particular locally, in this case in Gran Canaria or the Canary Islands, and to show what they do, and in aims to the perhaps investors that now following us on streaming or over there could be interested to participate or to collaborate with them. So in this regard, we plan this session, which is a roundtable, to talk about the interregional stakeholder forums, the seaweed sector in the Canary Islands. So we have three important representatives of, there are others of course, but we have to decide for three. Flavio from the ITC, Flavio Hindi, Juan Luis Gomez Pinchetti is running the Spanish Bank of Algae that belongs to the University of Las Palmas, and a company who is represented, which is represented by Joaquin Ortiz. The company is Macrocarbon. So they are going to explain us what they do, and afterward we will open a discussion. Questions will be welcome, and to finish basically all of the session with a conclusion, which is my role here. So the floor now it's for Flavio to talk about the ITC. If you have a presentation.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Okay, yes, I have a presentation. Let's see. So,
in the meantime,
okay.
I just you to notice that I will be control the time. Right?
Okay. So I will start. So the ITC, the Canarian Institute of Technology, is a public company of private law of the Canarian government, of the Canarian regional government. So that is Gobierno de Canarias. So Okay. ITC is composed of different departments. The biotechnology department holds more than 30 years in promoting blue biotechnology and vegetal marine aquaculture on land in Canary Island. ITC is part of the Bioesis platform they mentioned before the beginning, which is a platform led by SPEC, Società de Promoción Económica de Gran Canaria, which is the local government, part of the Cabildo, and the BEA, the Alga Spanish Bank, and Ecoaqua of the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria are also part of this platform, with the main goal is to offer services possibility to the company to incubate here in Canary Island, in the company in the sector of aquaculture. So why vegetal marine aquaculture in Canary Island? First of all, because of the climatic condition that are unique, I will say, in Europe and in the world also, because there is a mild average temperature all year long and during summer and night, and high radiation, and of course here we have a lot of native species of microalgae and macroalgae that can be cultivated and perform very well in this condition. The biotechnology department has two main working areas. One is the applied research at high tier HAL for technological transfer to the company in the microalgae algae cultivation and processing of the biomass, and also extraction of compound of interest. And the other one is to generate an hub in Pozo Izquierdo. Some of you yesterday already have been to visited the facility in Pozo Izquierdo. So it's to generate an hub for incubation of company. The hub pretend to solve the bottlenecks of vegetal marine aquaculture, which are land compatibility, water input, and management of the effluents. And we already solved all the experimental part. Now we are finalizing the infrastructure that will be ready starting from the second semester of 2026 of the next year. And we are moving forward to also set up the industrial part. For the area, it has been more than 20 million euro funding, both from the regional and the local government. And here you can see now the phase 1 is 11 hectares. That is the lot, the parcel of ITC. We have, sorry, Rafael, I have 5 minutes now, or it's the 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, so okay, so this is 11 hectares. This is in the southeast here of the island of Gran Canaria. We already have 4 well intakes. Each one, these are 60 to 80 meters depth. Each one has a capacity of 200 cubic meter per hour of seawater. The seawater is already filtered by the rock, so it's like, let's say, almost ultra filtered. And also we have connection with the seawater desalination plant of the southeast of Gran Canaria, and also we have installed in the area our desalination plant that is the most efficient in the world. So we have also fresh water and brine proceeding from the seawater reverse osmosis process that we can use for cultivation of microalgae and macroalgae. We have at the moment 2 boreholes to manage the effluent, and also a connection with the outlet piping of the seawater, the desalination plant of the Mancomunidad del Sureste de Gran Canaria. And also, so all the lines you see, it's the piping that is all down the stair, down the floor. There's a lot of piping for a different kind of water we can provide. And we have, you see the white, the yellow here, this space is 7,000 square meter. That is for company incubation of soil divided in different lots for where company can install their prototypes to test. And of course, we are available 2.2 hectares inside the parcel for project of semi-industrial project of vegetal marine aquaculture. And of course, in the main building here, we have laboratories and the warehouse of the biotechnology warehouse, where we install equipment of extraction like supercritical extraction, high pressure homogenizer, and we have a microencapsulator that company can rent with their staff or can be operated by staff of ITC and can be used in a public-private cooperation for development of products of the company or for trials that company are interested in developing their products. Okay, this is just more detailed vision of the area, but I wanna go. Okay, facilities. We have 3 laboratories at the moment, equipped with the equipment for analytics of the biomass. We have technological spaces like greenhouse that company can rent if they prefer containerized spaces, co-working spaces. This is the warehouse where we also have the health register. So the biotechnology department can develop product that can enter the market for market screen purposes. And okay, this is the main building where are located the laboratory are located. Of course, as I already say the equipment, analytical equipment can be rented by the company or operated by the staff of ITC. Okay, this is just summary of the equipment. We have equipment for centrifugation, so these are for microalgae harvesting. We have atomizer, 2 big 3 spray dryer. The biggest is 30 kilogram per hour capacity. And we have mixing equipment, high pressure homogenizer that can reach up to 2000 bar pressure. And then equipment for extraction, the supercritical fluid extraction with 3 reactors of 50 liter each that can reach up to 1000 bar pressure, and supercritical column extraction, rotavapor. And also we have, this equipment is distributed in different spaces. This is for where the biomass can be stored. Also, we have spaces for refrigerated room to store the biomass that of course can be used by the company. Here, the macroencapsulator and everything. Okay, in the future, the idea is to expand this area depending on the let's say the future idea of the regional and local government, because the connection, the piping I showed you before have been already lived ready to connect all this land that is near to the actual phase 1 of the ITC. Okay, I just wanna if it's possible to put the video. Some of you, the people yesterday have been to the ITC, already see this video. This is a time lapse that show microgrid powered by photovoltaic energy with a power of 1700 kilowatt that can provide electricity also when there is a big blackout, let's say. Yeah, we did all the... Okay, and those are the connection of all piping that have been ready for connection on the near land. This is the 2.2 hectares that can be used to place a raceway. The equipment you cannot see here because it's inside of the laboratory and the main building, but that's it.
You have time to explain further the equipment. So let's go to the second of our speakers, which is Juan Luis Gomez Pinchetti, colleague of mine of the university, but the Spanish Banco of Algae. So go ahead.
Okay, can I have my presentation? Well, Rafa, many thanks for the invitation, and well, we are very close, and it's very nice to be here with you all for this session. Okay, I'm professor at the University of Las Palmas at the same department as Rafa, and my research is focused in the development of algal biotechnology in the Canarian region through one infrastructure which is called the Spanish Bank of Algae. Okay, that's it. Okay. I will try to be brief and okay, here we are. Before, someone was talking about the scientific part of Taliarte, where we have different infrastructures which are related to the work, scientific work related with the marine sciences. And we are here in the Taliarte Harbor, and we have been working in this laboratory for more than 35 years now, which is a long period. And the initial idea to build up this laboratory was to develop research in the algal biotechnology area. As far as we are in the Canarian region, we have sunlight the whole year round. We are surrounded by seawater, but also for a very impressive biodiversity related with algae, not only seaweed, just also microalgae. So our main goal is to develop these possibilities for the sector in the Canary Islands, going from the lab to the industrial possibilities. And it's very nice to be here with Flavio from the ITC and with Joaquin from Macrocarbon, which is a company where we are collaborating with them very, very strongly. Okay, we have a very clear scientific vocation, and we work mainly in two research areas. One of these is biodiversity conservation through a recognized algal collection, mainly focused on microalgae and cyanobacteria, but in the last years we have been working also in the conservation of seaweed that we are able to conserve in our collection. And the second, and we characterize all this biodiversity from the biotechnological point of view and develop different applications focused first on the cultivation, the possibilities for cultivation of these species, and also the development of the characterization of the metabolites and products we can develop from this biomass. We work in a flowchart which is very clear, which involves both the characterization of the biodiversity, but also the possibilities for cultivation and characterization of the biochemical products that we can obtain from this biomass, and the development of applications and products and services that can be held by the use of algae. We are part of two European research infrastructures. One is MBRC, and also is the other one is MIRI, which is the infrastructure for the microorganism collection in Europe. MBRC is the infrastructure for marine biological laboratories in Europe. Many, probably some of you already know this kind of research infrastructures. And during the last years, we have been working in such an amount of projects. The green ones are the ones we have now, and some of them are related. We are working together with the ITC. Some of them we are working together with Macrocarbon. So we work in this research objective. We make research, but we do apply research together with the idea of innovation and transfer to the companies and the industry. Okay, we are in Europe, and we are very far geographically, but we are attending all these programs in Europe that are related with the development of this emerging sector, and we think that the Canary Island is a geographical point which is very interesting to consider when we are talking about algal development in Europe. This slide I like very much because, you know, it is the scenario where we are working now, how the possibilities of the development of activities in North Europe and the comparison with the south of Europe. And we are in the Canary Islands, and we have some stars there, so we are in the point, and we are in the scenario that we have today in Europe. I am missing here some arrows that are directing to Africa. We have some cooperation programs with the Spanish Cooperation Agency related to Morocco. We have some MAC projects where we are working in the Macaronesian region together with countries as Senegal or Mauritania. And for example, Celine and myself, we are very much involved in projects together with some institutions in Tunisia. So we are very close to the African possibilities that we can have there. Okay, now I will focus on some of the activities we make in our laboratory from the lab, where we can identify and work at the lab scale with the cultivation of algae, but also in our pilot plant facility where we developed all the intensive tank cultivation for the seaweed that we believe that are very good candidates to work in the Canary Islands. You can see there we work with different cultivation systems going from photobioreactors to tanks to raceways, where we work both with seaweeds and also with microalgae, and the possibilities to get a very nice biomass working with different possibilities that we have is very interesting. Working just under controlled conditions, we can get these kind of things that are very impressive. We can control the quality of the biomass that we can obtain from the tanks, and we play with plants with seaweeds that are rich in protein. We play with plants that are rich in carbohydrates. We search for fatty acids. We play with all these kind of possibilities using this kind of biomass. And for us, it's very important. Our approach is working with free-floating processes, and the idea is to get different qualities, differentiation from the biomass we obtain from the tanks. In the last projects that we are developing, we are trying to diversify the aspect. Yeah, I'm closing now. The new species that we can grow in our facilities, and just considering how we can work with the IMTA systems that we have been working with during a very long period, but also trying to obtain very high quality biomass from this kind of process. And we check for the different possibilities that we can obtain from all this biomass that we can produce in our facilities. In the last years, we have been involved in different European projects and Spanish government projects. For example, we are involved in the Seaweed project in Europe. we are involved in the Algasal together with the ITC, where we are trying to cultivate seaweed using brine from the seawater desalinization processes. And we have been working in the first possibility in the Canary Islands to grow seaweed outside the laboratory. That means in the open sea. We have developed the Al Garden project together with the Port Authority in Las Palmas. We play with the macrocarbon in some new approaches in open sea cultivation of ulva together with them in the coastline of the Las Palmas de Gran Canaria city. And we also play in the FAROS project, where we are going to develop the possibilities of IMTA approach in open sea activities together with Plocan. Just the last message, we work with things that are positive for us, things that are negative, and we have been working very much on the bioassis platforms, and we have identified which is the main bottleneck that we have for the development of the sector in the Canary Islands, which is regulations. I think we are going to discuss today about it, so it will be very interesting to know your approach, and here you have some of the ideas that we consider for the development of the sector in the Canary Islands. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Juan. So it is now at this moment clear that we have the support of the authorities. We have the support of the government. We have been the ceremony in the welcome ceremony, in which they clearly say that this is seaweeds are the best source or something like that. You see, and in fact they think as they told us, they put money. The Cabildo also funds this forum, and now we have just started showing kind of public company, which is the ITC, public facilities, which is the Bank of Algae. But now we're going to show you a company, which is Macrocarbon. So let's see what they do. Again, sorry.
Thank you, Rafael. Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you a little bit something about Macrocarbon as a case example of a seaweed startup here in the Canary Islands. Just wait for the slides. Yeah, thanks. So what we are currently focusing on, I mean, we work in parallel also on a couple of research projects involving other species, but our main focus is actually the cultivation of pelagic sargassum seaweed that we use via an integrated value chain and to produce, most importantly, sustainable aviation fuels. But as a byproduct, you also get carbon black and biochar. You can also get a biostimulant out of the whole process just to make the whole thing more economically viable, since that's one of the critical challenges that you have to meet if you want to actually enter the market. Sargassum also because we know that it's an issue in some parts of the world, such as the Caribbean or West African coastlines, yet valorization of that biomass is mainly struggling because of the seasonality of the seaweed. And if you combine that, especially since the processing that we develop is input agnostic, so you can actually feed it even all the way up with municipal waste, which is also an interesting aspect for the local, for the Canary Islands, for example, because waste management is of course an issue when space is limited. So this is just an overview of the processing technology that we aim to integrate. The whole process can actually be carbon negative from start to finish, including the energy requirements, in part because of the biochar that you can use to sequester the contained carbon. So to tell you a bit about us as a startup here, we started in April 2023. The company was founded there based on the €2 million carbon to value challenge that our co-founders won given out by the federal government in Germany. But we had flexibility to apply those funds anywhere in Europe. And as already mentioned, due to the conditions here, climatic and geographic, the Canaries were an ideal place for us to start. So we started really our activities in October with the first hiring round, which is when I also joined the team. And it's actually where we already started our first and ongoing collaboration with the Spanish Bank of Algae. And yeah, so in February, we were granted the permit by the Port Authority to install a smaller prototype farm outside the port of Las Palmas. You can actually see it if you drive along the Avenida Marítima in direction of the city, which we are still operating to this day, not just for sargassum, but also for experiments with other seaweed species. Starting in March last year, we also had the seasonal arrival of pelagic sargassum here on the islands, which we documented very carefully. Unfortunately, we didn't have the farm in the water yet. But yes, we nonetheless did like land-based experiments and studies with sargassum, which was helpful because by May 24, we then had our first batch of bionaphtha used based on the sargassum biomass, as well as biochar and carbon black samples that meet all the purity and permanence standards in order to achieve carbon credits, if that's what we want. In August, then we managed to install the prototype installation in the port of Las Palmas, which is this what you can see here in the picture with the harbor in the background. And then from then on until end of the year, we essentially established our monitoring strategy for environmental parameters, regular sampling, but also smaller experiments using the same infrastructure. We did some studies with ULVA, and actually we have some more upcoming. This year we also had again the seasonal arrival of sargassum. This time we had the farm in place, and we transferred about 600 kilograms of biomass into the aqua farm in order to get valuable data in terms of growth and all the effects that the sargassum can, or how it behaves in terms of maybe epiphytes, also biomass loss, etc. So we did some intense monitoring of plenty of environmental parameters. We also had more than 5 months of successful onshore cultivation, also for experimental purposes. We've developed some epiphyte management protocols as well. And that was the largest part of the work this year. And just recently now in September, we were granted the government permit to scale up to the next prototype, which would actually be installed at the Blocan facilities, which can be all the way up to 40,000 square meters of aqua farm. And we're currently gathering the funding for that, as well as general seed round, especially for the larger experimental processing, or not experimental, the first processing plant to install that here, which of course is quite capital intensive. So that's what we're looking for, the Series A funding right now. Which is also, as I mentioned, the processing plant could also handle all kinds of waste generated in the port, as well as, for example, biomass beachings that you can also feed into the plant. Some main opportunities that we've experienced here working on the Canary Islands is, as already mentioned, there's plenty of motivation from the political side to assist in this and to bring the blue bioeconomy to the islands. Because there's also a willingness to attract new branches of the industry to diversify the landscape and maybe shift, not away, but just add things to the mix to not be so heavily reliant on the tourism industry. We've also submitted documentation now to become what's called a strategic project of the Canary Islands, which is also important to gain a little bit of traction. And of course, a big benefit is also the local institutions that can support both with know-how and infrastructure, such as the Bank of Algae, ITC, and Blocan, and of course the university overall as well. And of course, the unique climatic and geographic conditions. And lastly, the main challenges we've faced, and these most likely don't just apply to the Canary Islands, but are probably more generalized as well in many other places. Of course, engineering is a challenge because we aim to take the aqua farming offshore, away from the coastline, and that of course brings along much rougher conditions which your infrastructure has to handle. There's also, related to that, the high capital expenses, at least at the beginning, which is something that of course is a bit scary for investors, because the upfront cost is quite high until you can start running your operations. And perhaps most difficult for us has been the whole permitting process, which because there's no real guideline for companies like us or expert contact points that can clearly explain what the things are you need to apply to in order to develop this and that activity. So that makes it quite difficult. There's also long waiting times. If we have to kind of estimate 3 to 5 years for a commercial permit, that of course is something that for investors is a major red flag, and for us also means that we need to sustain ourselves as a small startup with limited funding for that amount of time. There are occasionally some difficulties in the communication we've seen between government agencies of documents not being sent properly or exchanged properly, and yeah, I'm pretty much as everywhere in the world, just the amount of bureaucracy that you have to go through in order to get some operation starting off. I think there's a large potential there to kind of streamline this. And maybe as a last point, one of our major issues is that the fisheries law, which is the law that applies to us even as a seaweed company, was never conceived with seaweeds or algae in general in mind, which makes all things even more difficult, because sometimes there are laws that simply cannot apply to the seaweed sector because it's clear that they are made for fish, for example. But then of course it becomes difficult to judge how do you adhere to the entire framework, which laws apply to you, which ones don't, or will we get maybe a legal framework so that we know which rules we have to stick to in order to do all the things the right way. And yeah, this is our team. Most of us are based on the Canary Islands. Our co-founders are currently in Germany and the UK, but they visit us often. And yeah, so we hope to keep going and expand our operations, and also the research projects that we have ongoing. And this is the long list of partners and helpful associates that we've had so far. Thank you.
Thanks, Joaquin. Thanks, Juan, and thanks, Flavio. Well, they gave us an overview of the potential of the Canary Islands related to seaweeds. There are other institutions, there are other people working with good examples, I would say, but they are not the unique, so we have more people. Anyway, the plan is just we have perhaps 2 questions, just to save a bit delay still. So if there's someone that want to, Maeve.
For Flavio, you have lots of renewable energy on site, and that's something that we're obviously, as a very tiny hatchery, we need to go towards as well. But do you plan to be entirely powered by renewable energy, or what's the percentage that you have a very big site, obviously, so.
Okay, so at the moment we have there in the ITC both wind energy and photovoltaic energy. Okay, so talking about the local regulation, even though we can generate with renewable energy more than the demand of the actual demand of ITC, okay, still the local law oblige us to be connected also with the local provider of electricity, let's say. Okay, so at the moment the wind energy of ITC it's not used for auto consumption, but still is put in the web of electricity, in the electricity for consumption of the island. But yeah, photovoltaic island at the moment we have like more than 6, so it's more than the 50% of the 1,700 kilowatt I told before. Okay, and we are still growing the photovoltaic. Okay, actually now we gain a project step, and there is the possibility to install one windmill of 900 kilowatt for auto consumption of ITC. So with this we will cover all the almost 2000 kilowatt of consumption. Yeah, and also, as I told before, we have a microgrid and 3 batteries for storage of electricity. I don't remember now the capacity of the battery. Sorry. Oh, it was on the project. Sorry, because we are different department also, and as a biotechnology department, we collaborate with the water department that is involved in the desalination of seawater and wastewater management, and the department of renewable energy. Okay, so these three departments collaborate together to develop solution for a sustainable on-land aquaculture. Okay. So I don't remember now. I can tell you. Okay.
You can find out later on and discuss this because you have right time. And any other one question more? No, just a comment, and any of you can answer. Well, now we are going to show other examples abroad in the next sessions, and after lunch we will have a very controversial topic, which is how we are going to handle this bureaucratic mess in terms of develop the seaweed, because as I said before, we have the willing, the political willing, we have the potential capacities, but what do you think about the third dimension of this problem?
Well, I think it's most likely what we would need is the establishment of some additional legal framework to at least give a course guideline of how to act. Of course, you don't want to like over regulate. So there's a few things going on, like there have already been seaweed species accepted into the PROAC list, for example, which is the for those who don't know, that's the list from the government of the Canaries, I think, of species that are of interest for aquaculture. And a few years back, I think it was an effort in large parts from the Spanish Bank of Algae to include some seaweed species. But what we still need is kind of some adjustment to the law, to the fisheries law, to reflect seaweeds as a part, or probably also microalgae as part of the aquaculture industry, because other than that it's going to be very difficult to operate, especially if you want to reach an actual commercial scale at some point.
Yeah, I think it's
well,
a very important point just to consider in the next period, and just a meeting like this will open new opportunities to share these ideas with the local authorities and the administration, which is very important. Yeah, the connection between companies, science and technological centers and the administration. Just a short comment. We think we have been working on that for a long period now, and we think that we have a very good opportunity in this actual scenario. We have the expertise, we have a lot of knowledge that we can share, and we are connected with other institutions just out from the Canary Islands that will enjoy to be with us in this to develop the activities in the Canary Islands. We have very good infrastructures that can help us just not only to work in the algal production like the ITC, but also in the transformation of the biomass, how we can obtain products from the industrial point of view, and how we can go to the market with this kind of possibilities. And the scenario, I think, is very good, is very interesting, but we need to fix what is the interest to go ahead in the next years.
Flavio, if you want to say something, you have 30 seconds. No, go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay, I think I don't want to add too much because I would like to talk about the regulation. Okay, but there is a dedicated session next. so I will leave space there. Okay, and sorry, I just didn't answer before that. Of course, I think that aquaculture, on land aquaculture at least, should be, to be sustainable. Okay, should be think in a way so to integrate, of course, renewable energy and circular economy and okay. I think it would be difficult that a product to develop a product would be directly sustainable in terms of economic if we do not match the IMTA, RAS, renewable energy and all of this. For instance, now we are working, coming back to the renewable energy, developing project of agrivoltaics, so where the on-land production is coupled with photovoltaic for autoconsumption or everything like that. Yeah, and of course the product that are produced should be thinking a concept of a biorefinery and use of local sources and reuse of local sources like brine in this case or wastewater. There are many data that show that product generated with wastewater could be low in heavy metal content or like that, but still there are many bottlenecks in the regulation that limits this. As for instance, Celine was saying at the beginning that the nitrogen and phosphorus produced by the salmon cannot be used for the alimentation, when basically this is made every day in agriculture, no? So, okay, stop.
Oh, thanks, and thanks to all of you. And well, this forum, of course, is being recorded. So I'm absolutely sure that the next time that entrepreneurs, Canary entrepreneurs or wherever, ask me about whether we can, what is the potential of the Canary Island for the seaweeds, yeah, I will tell him or her, just click the play and see what we have. Thank you very much.
How much time I have? All right. So far, so good. Yeah, please come sit. It's in order, doesn't matter. Everyone ready? Just a second. Deep breath. It's going to be good. So we can start. All right. Hello, everyone who just wake up after the coffee, and those who are behind the screens and just join us. Yeah, this is the Seaweed Forum, and this session is a collaborative session. So what we would like you to join us really actively in. And first of all, I will introduce these outstanding speakers. Here I have on this table as well. And first of all, I will give a sentence about them. Afterwards, they will introduce themselves more briefly with the presentation and so on. But what I want you to do, so we can get more active. It could be more, you know, have this energy after for discussions. So when I introduce the speaker, after each speaker, we just clap as strong as we can, you know, just to wake up, we have this extra energy. So we need to take it till the lunch. Right? All right, so let's start first with Laureen Gallagher. And Laureen is dynamic operations and aquaculture industry professional with over 15 years of experience spanning leadership, market development, and corporative buying. Okay, I would like to know more about. Let's clap. Thank you very much. So, next speaker, Maeve Edwards. So Maeve holds PhD in macroalgal cultivation and has been working with red and brown seaweed since 2002. Oh, as well, a huge experience. So clap! And the third speaker is Ines Oliveira. And Ines holds a master's degree in marine science resources from the University of Porto. So everybody, let's give a clap. Thank you very much. So first of all, Laureen, go ahead with your presentation.
This one? I will wait for the slides. Yes, there we go. Hello, everybody. I think I met lots of you yesterday, and for anybody that I didn't meet yesterday, I am Lorraine Gallagher, and I'm the director at the Seaweed Company. We are a farm and a processing facility, and we are based in Ireland, in County Donegal in Ireland, on the northwest, on the Atlantic. Next slide, please. I guess I can do it. Oh, fab. Okay, so in my presentation today, I'm going to bring you through who we are at the Seaweed Company, the farm. I'm going to show you the processing facility, the farm process, and some insights from farming over the last years, our processing facility and some of the insights there, and then what the future holds for us. So who we are. We were founded in 2018. We have a farm to fork strategy. So we, at the moment, produce seaweed for food. Our focus is, as I say, farm to fork. However, we also process seaweed as a service for the biostimulant industry and for some of the pet food industry. In 2025, i.e. between last year and this year, we officially joined with Nomet, who are a successful company with seaweed-based products on the Belgian market. So you'll see our seaweed croquettes. So what we do is we farm seaweed, we process seaweed, and we also produce seaweed-based products. So on the farm, as I say, we are located in northwest Ireland. So we're on the Atlantic Ocean. We have a 24-hectare farm site. The aquaculture license has 13 different species on that license. We currently specialize in kelp, so we grow a lot of Alaria. We have grown some Saccharina. We currently use longline systems. We have used nets in the past. We've used spreader bars. We've used different kinds of systems. Currently, we're using longlines. We have organic certification across the farm and the processing facility since 2022. And we have native seed stocks that we work with some of our hatcheries to breed and do trials with year on year. Farming overview. So our farming season is September to April, and to date, since 2018, we have deployed 80,000 kilometers of seeded line in the water. That is between direct seeding and twine seeding. And so seeding and deployment takes place in September to October. All of these pictures look at some of the things like wild harvesting some of the seaweed stock. You see those in the top left-hand corner. You see our direct seeding machine. You see some of the twine seeding machine and some of our team. So we are on small boats, sometimes we're on large vessels. And then through seeding and deployment, as I mentioned, in the past, we have used lots of different systems. We've tried nets, we've tried different long lines, we've tried lines close together, far apart. We've tried direct seeding, twine seeding, so lots of learnings over the years. And so that's just some pictures really of how we have, I suppose, planned out our site for seeding and development every year, seeding and deployment. And then, of course, in monitoring. So the monitoring and maintenance takes place after deployment. So that would be November, December, January, February, March. And what happens here are environmental monitoring or maintenance of the farm. So in terms of environmental monitoring, we monitor salinity, temperature, wave action, current action. All of these things have a massive impact on how the seaweed is performing. We also monitor that year on year and compare to last year to really give us an indication of what's happening in the water, how our seaweed is performing. We then, of course, monitor against and compare direct seeding versus twine. So how are they both performing? We know that in the seaweed industry, we need to move to direct seeding in terms of scalability into the future. But at the moment, we don't have the reliability with direct seeding in terms of biomass reliability. So hence why we work with both. You can see that the lengths of the fronds year on year, we still have more reliability with twine seeding. There are extra costs associated with twine seeding. There are some positives, of course, as I say, the reliability of the biomass. Also, the nets don't have to be completely sterile the next year, so you can reuse nets or you can reuse ropes, whereas with direct seeding, you need to have either brand new ropes or sterile equipment the following year. So there are absolutely pros and cons with both. And then in terms of our monitoring, over December, January, let's say we might monitor maybe once or 1.5 times per month. But then in March or February, March, depending on the year, we will scale it up to once every week so that we really, because that's of course when the seaweed starts growing more as well. And then in terms of maintenance can change absolutely every year, and that is very much weather dependent or growth dependent. So of course, on the left and in the graph, you will see some pictures that show tangling and wrapping. And these tangling and wrapping were something that we experienced in 2024 because of storms. So tangling and wrapping are two different challenges, which was really interesting. So tangling, where the seaweeds, because we had such great growth, the seaweeds actually tangled together, or we also had really long lines, and so they weren't as structured in the water. So lines and seaweeds were all getting tangled together, whereas wrapping was due to the range of the current plus the wind, so the interaction between the current and the wind, and that was the wrapping around the rope. So in the orange, you will see that across the farm we had like so much wrapping and so much tangling. So that was resulted in a big loss of biomass. So what I'm trying to show here really is some of the challenges that we get. So with environmental, of course, you can't predict for that, but also with really high biomass, which is also a good thing, of course, on the farm, it comes with challenges as well. So you have to add extra flotation, or you have to add more structure to your ropes. And so, you're constantly monitoring and maintaining. And then, of course, once the seaweed has grown throughout the season, in the April, it is harvest and processing time. So at our processing facility, which we established in 2023, on the right, you will see two red dots. The left is where the farm is, and on the right location is where we have a processing facility. So it takes approximately 20 minutes to get from the farm to the pier, and another 20 minutes to get to the pier from the processing facility. So they are really close together, and we can process our seaweeds within, let's say, usually around 5, maximum 12 hours after we have processed, really. We do like to let it sit for a little while to let go of some of the excess moisture, so we have a cold room, but we can process it really quickly after harvesting. We have a fully organic certified facility. It's fully food grade. We can process all key seaweed species. We have done trials with other species as well. We have our cold room storage. We can process up to 300 to 600 kilo per hour of wet seaweed. Very much depends on the species. And
we have also got experience of processing fresh, preserved, and stabilized seaweeds. So some of the processing, really the processing insights, I guess I've just added some pictures here of our processing line. At the bottom, you see the processing line as it is quite automated. We absolutely need to continue to reinvest in more automation of the processing line. But currently, how we manage our facility is we unload. We have an inspection table, which is really important for removing any contaminants such as rogue species or rocks or crustaceans. We then rinse, we chop, we press, and we dry. So the future outlook for us at the Seaweed Company, in terms of our farming, we want to expand expertise across more species, so more kelps and others. And then in terms of processing, we want to continue to optimize our drying. We want to further invest in research into milling. That will depend on the different markets that we are targeting. We want to expand drying as a service for the wider seaweed service, the wider seaweed sector. And what we mean here are some of the wild harvested seaweeds. And the reason for this is to increase revenue, which will be reinvested in R&D for farming and processing, and increase automation of the processing line. So we know just how much automation will help in terms of reducing costs in the future to ensure that we're more commercially viable to sustain. And that's everything from me. Thank you.
Push. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's the spirit I was saying. Yeah, thank you. Next one who is going to present is Maywe. So please.
Thank you very much. Well, actually, my name is Maeve. Rhymes with wave. That's okay. That's fine. But I will accept Mayve as well. That sounds quite nice. My name is Maeve Edwards, and I have a small company called the Irish Seaweed Consultancy. Hopefully the slides will come up. And as we are here in Gran Canaria, I would like to say as well that I co-own the company with a lovely lady called Anna Soler, and she is a student of Rafael, so we have a Gran Canaria connection even within our company and our people too, which is nice. So I only have a few slides, and I would like to introduce ourselves a little bit and some of the ideas that are currently fermenting in the west of Ireland in terms of a hatchery innovation centre. And really, we are, as I will explain, a consultancy that has scientific roots and is transitioning into a different form of a company. But really, I think I always find it very hard to explain what we do. But really, ultimately, what it all comes back to is we want to do more with seaweed, and that is I always hold on to that. No matter what we do, that's what we're aiming for. So, looking through some slides and thinking about some of the challenges we have in Europe at the moment, and why should we even exist as a company. You know, the seaweed is endlessly fascinating, as I think we can all agree, but there are plenty of challenges. For example, the seaweed biomass supply is quite variable. We're a young industry, and that is showing through many holes in the seaweed supply chain, and so I think we're all talking about how we reduce that variability. And make those connections within the community. And I think this is a really good opportunity, this forum, for that to happen. I already see people having conversations in real life. Buyers and growers, for example, really need to make more connections with each other. So I have all of this in mind when I try and find our place in this industry. just to give you an idea, Celine gave an excellent talk earlier on, and some fascinating figures. But just to reiterate that Europe really only produces approximately 1% of all global seaweed, and of that 1%, aquaculture is an absolutely minute total of the total, which is mainly wild harvested. But we have quite a diversity of countries and companies that are contributing to this industry, and it's only a matter of time that we get beyond. I think these are slightly older numbers, but the tonnages are quite low, but I think they're ever increasing. But just to give you, even at in this limited, the number of licensed sites, even a couple of years ago in the EU, I calculated to be around 1,600 hectares. And so you can see that in Ireland, we have about 286, I think it says, licensed sites, and this is actually increasing. It increases month by month. So we're trying to figure out how much of even the Irish industry that we can help by being a hatchery. And you can see, therefore, there's quite a lot of potential even within Europe to be providing these services, and again closing some of those gaps. So briefly, this is our very small micro team. Myself, Maeve, Anna, as mentioned, and Susan, our hatchery manager. And between the three of us, as Anna would say, we make magics. That's one of my favorite phrases of hers. We have more than 20 years seaweed experience. I started out as a seaweed researcher. That's where my heart lies. Gradually through those years, and through the result of a recession really in Ireland, we ended up setting up our company. That was in 2013. We're still here. We waited for other parts of the industry to develop a hatchery. It didn't happen in any particularly strong way, so we decided to become much more less consultancy based and research based, and join the big guys. So we're a very small company, but we are shifting our focus quite a bit. We are located in the beautiful west of Ireland. You're all very welcome to visit Connemara in Galway, and we have a fantastic. As here and as in another island, we're also blessed with fantastic bioresource. We have harvesting all around us. We have amazing numbers of species. It's a playground really for seaweed aquaculture. In the past, we've worked strongly in sea-based aquaculture. I think one of my most popular publications wasn't a scientific publication, but it was a cultivation manual for Laminaria digitata, and that was quite some time ago. But we also get involved in land-based, and of course, you can't be a seaweed aquaculturist without being involved in IMTA. I think that's very important to keep working on that aspect, and as a result of all that, we also we're quite good at doing outreach and education. And of course, we are scientists at heart, and we need to stay current. And this is part of our business plan: is to be part of EU research projects. So, at the moment, what we are doing is that we are developing a multifunctional hatchery. We are small, but we are we focus on more than kelp. My first love is Palmaria palmata, red seaweed, and red seaweeds in general. They're just great. Kelps are great as well. Hymenthalia elongata is another species that we've been developing, and of course, I think one of our strengths, because we are phycologists, is that we can keep developing culture techniques for other species, which I think Celine mentioned earlier on is quite an important avenue to keep open. So why we are in the west of Ireland is because you're often, as a hatchery or for any aquaculture, of course, you're tied to your license. And so we've joined forces with an oyster hatchery, local oyster hatchery, who have fantastic or had fantastic facilities in terms of pump ashore water, good clean water actually as well. The license, of course, and we have developed therefore our facilities to be temperature controlled. And so that we can really play around with some of the physiological aspects of seaweed cultivation. But we want to do more, if possible. And this is where the I3 for Seaweed project comes in very nicely. We want to be more than just a hatchery producing seeded material, which of course is one of the main income streams. We want to be an innovation centre. And this is something that I am so impressed with the ITC. We're such a tiny attempt at doing something very similar, but it's so important to be a space, big or small, for people to come and play and develop their own ideas, where you have all the legal and physical aspects that you need that are in place in one space, and also our experience of working with species, so that while we will probably never be the biggest seeding hatchery, we will be hopefully we aim to be one of the most diverse, with developing test facilities and always having R&D as a major part of our centre. But we also want to look into go further than just biomass and look into extracts ourselves, and one particular of interest is phycoerythrin, given the fact that we're looking at red algae. And so yeah, we hope to connect as much of that community as I was mentioning as before, from growers to value chain innovators, and just trying to drive the space forward. And that's that. So thank you very much. Please email us, contact us, whatever way you can find us, LinkedIn or Instagram, and please get in touch if you have any ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. So the next speaker and presenter is Ines.
So thank you, Martins. First of all, thank you, Rafael, for hosting this event and for receiving us so well yesterday. I couldn't speak without highlighting the honor it is to share this room with these amazing women. But okay, let's start. I'm Ines Oliveira. I'm part of the innovation team of Alga Plus, and I've been working on seaweed cultivation since 2019, so I'm a baby comparing to them. But I will be speaking a little bit about Alga Plus, what we do, and our future. So Alga Plus is a Portuguese company that cultivates both seaweed and fish in a land-based IMTA system. We also do, besides the farming, the pre-processing, stabilization, and commercialization of seaweed and fish. Mostly this biomass is sold for nutrition and well-being markets. So I will not enter into much detail about IMTA because we have spoken about it earlier today, but we basically have our fish farm where we have, I'm not sure that, no. So on the top we have the fish farm, tanks, the other ponds, and then we have like the renew with the tides where the nutrient-rich effluent waters from the fish go through the seaweed farming. What else? So we are a land-based system, as I was saying. We are placed in the center region of Portugal, in the coastal lagoon in Aveiro, in a Rede Natura 2000 site, in a property of 14 hectares, so we have a lot of space to grow. So regarding the seaweed species that we farm, our main production is ulva, and thank you, Celine, for highlighting the potential of ulva. But we also have on the green species Codium tomentosum, on the red seaweeds Gracilaria, Palmaria palmata, and 2 species of Porphyra, Porphyra dioica and Porphyra umbilicalis, and also on the brown species Fulcus cyclosus. So, as I was saying, we have both farming, pre-processing and stabilization, and the part of commercializing, and we have it in mainly 3 phases of the process. All of this process is organic certified as our products, both fish and the seaweed. And starting in the nursery or the maternity, we have a lab with control conditions of both temperature and light conditions that enable us to have our stock cultures and also to manipulate the life stages of some species like Porphyra dioica and umbilicalis. We also have our biobank with almost 130 strains of all of these species. And then from the nursery, we do the upscale to the tanks and raceway system, where our seaweed can go through 5 to 16 weeks of cultivation until they are ready to be harvested. After harvesting, we do the washing and the processing, and then we can sell our seaweed into fresh or salted, or even dried it and sell it whole or in flakes or powder. Regarding the market, as I was saying, it's mostly well-being and food markets, but we are trying to expand it. Mostly exportation, the mainly markets, the French markets, but also the Netherlands, the Denmark, I think, as you can see it in the map. So, and this is the main purpose of this session. This isn't one team work, okay? And I would like to very much highlight the importance of the collaboration work that we have been doing during these almost 15 years. We have been in this all kinds of European and national projects. We are also very involved in a lot of associations. And nowadays, our work and our future perspectives are to produce more and better, to evolve throughout mechanization and energetic efficiency, to develop new products and ingredients, and to monitor and increase sustainability. And we are doing it through in-house, of course, but also through 3 main projects, I3 for seaweed, but also CMARC and Algae Vertical. And now this is my team, and I would like to thank you all very much.
Thank you for the nice presentation. So, now I have prepared a few questions. So, how we will go? I will ask the question, each speaker, but please keep it short. We have a limited time. Answer the question, and then we go to the audience. One of you must answer as well the same question. And then the next question, and so on. So the first is on industry growth and opportunities. So where do you see the biggest opportunity for the seaweed cultivation in Europe? Please.
Okay, that is a very, of course, very interesting question. And I think based on all of the slides and all of the presentations that we've heard this morning, we recognize it's also an incredible challenge. So, so that's the fun part. And I would say it's probably Based on all of our talking today and all of the collaboration, I think it's definitely still yet to be established. I think there are still some very much open questions, i.e., which species are we going to focus on, and specifically for what market, with the real baseline question of, is it going to be commercially viable? Because I think up until now we've thought about what can we do, i.e. what can we grow, and we've learned so much and we've done some amazing things. As I say, we're all growing some wonderful seaweeds very successfully with lots of different trials. But I think the next question is now, where is the commercial viability, and where, and I think that's still maybe a little bit of time away. Let's say, I'm not going to put a number on the years, but then the question is, how do we get to that place of commercial viability, i.e. what do we have to do in the meantime, and it's about focus. So maybe I don't have the answer just yet, but it's definitely a work in progress, and I think there are some really good opportunities coming out of this session that I think we'll probably get to the answer in the next years. Thank you.
I agree. It's really hard to figure out where we're going, but I think it's definitely going to change over years, and it's almost like I feel a pressure building up behind all of the work that's being done already. That for the first time in a long time, I feel like somebody is going to come back to us with the demand, as opposed to us pushing the biomass, and I think the biostimulant industry is there and could be advanced a little bit further, but I think it's going to continue to change, and but I think it's also going to diversify. I don't think it's going to stay the same. We've talked about so many applications that I think. There's so many applications and so many actors already working within the market that I think we're ready for a big change. I can't say any more than that.
Yeah, I think you started with a very hard question, but after all, I agree with Lorraine and Maeve. I think that the biggest opportunity that we have is that we still have space to grow, because we in the EU markets are not still in an industrial phase, and to expand to other markets and some stuff out of the box, like ecosystem services, and not just the direct way through biomass supply.
Thank you very much. So, who's the brave one? Yeah.
I would like to thank the organizers, of course, for making this fantastic forum happening, and also thank you for all the presentations and all the presenters in this session and the previous sessions as well. I have learned today a lot about seaweed. I've been interested in seaweed for almost 10 years, but today I learned more than what I learned before. And also I thank you for accepting me from not maybe the only one out of the European Union, but I'm here. I think just to go straight away to your question and answer, I think seaweed is a substrate or a biomass that cannot survive in only one market. And of course, if we think this way, then that is maybe what held seaweed in the past. And the only way to think about seaweed is a multi-markets. So one company but different, or one substrate or one biomass but different products. But looking into what is going to be the lead market in this, I think it's animal feed. And that's why I started my company with multi-products, but with the lead is animal feed, and is kind of questionable. Animal feed is a very cheap commodity, and seaweed is a relatively more expensive at the moment. But how can you actually start with a substrate that is relatively expensive to produce something is quite cheap? And this is why I'm thinking is how it is actually multi-product. But I'm thank you again, and I would like to have conversation with whoever is interested to speak more about this. How I think that animal feed will be the leading industry for seaweed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, the next question. So I'm now thinking, all right, today we mentioned a lot of challenges and barriers, right? So, in your opinion, what kind of supports would make the biggest difference to go over these challenges and barriers you face? Yeah, please.
Certainly sessions like we're having today, so in-person sessions are incredibly important. By running any business, whether it is research or commercial, it is always incredibly busy. And as you mentioned about the challenges, so it's easy to get focused on what you're doing, targets to meet, etc. So it is really excellent to meet with people, join in European projects like the I3 for Seaweed project, which initially brought us all here and brought us all together. It's wonderful speaking to people in different sectors, because even though we are focusing on, let's say, our business plan and focusing on the challenges directly related to that, sometimes it's an idea outside of our sector and outside of what we are already thinking that is the solution. And sometimes it is something completely different. So I would say in-person events, definitely liaising with all of the great opportunities that there are in Europe. There is so much support, and yes, getting out there and keeping discussing with people and keeping an open mind as to how we can maybe pivot. So I don't think we're going to be going in a straight line for now into the future into seaweed. So it's about pivoting and diversifying and being open to those challenges and those changes and being able to be flexible.
Yeah, I think at one point in the past, I thought, gosh, we're doing an awful lot of research projects on seaweed. Now I see that diversity is absolutely crucial to where we may be going. And interestingly, I attended a meeting in Cork of the European Maritime Day earlier this year, and there was a presentation on the amount of projects that have funded algae by the EU, and one of the comments by the presenter was that actually it was peanuts compared to some other industries. We are very grateful to get all of the money that we do, but actually we are less supported than other industries, and so that was quite interesting to see that perspective, because to me it's very generous funding, but it is essential. The other, of course, big elephant in the room we all talk about is legislation. For example, around licensing, and I have absolutely no problem with licensing. It's just the speed at which it's done in each country is the major drawback, because one has to have deep pockets to sort of weather that particular storm of time, waiting for something to happen. And I feel that really is a barrier to most people, because you really have to dig deep and invest in time as well as money.
Yeah, actually, continuing your idea, I think that's one of the big issues, and something where we need a lot of help is regulation and the speed as it changes, but also the slowness on permits to do something. So it's not at all balanced.
All right, thank you. And who could answer from the audience? So, I'm looking. Please. You can repeat the question if you were lost. So, I need to find it again. Sorry for that. So, challenges and barriers. So, what kind of support would make the biggest difference, in your opinion? Please be brave. Yes.
Thank you, ladies. It's nice to see 3 ladies leading businesses.
I think the main challenge is the exchange of information. There is a lot of know-how, not just knowledge, scientific knowledge published here. The know-how in seaweed industry is key, but it's difficult to share. When you are a young entrepreneur, you figure out a key of information for a tiny part. But the problem is you don't know the next step. And yes, so I think we need to find a way to share the knowledge, the know-how, in a safe way. That businesses that has an age for 1 week can still share it with another businesses that has the next step. And that's actually a human problem. How do we exchange information that both businesses can still live in time and actually go to the third step and meet another businesses? But because we know when young business or industry develop, we have a lot of businesses, a lot of SME, but very few will survive the 20, 30 years needed. So I think we need to just accept this. That's what an industry is. The big industry that survive are the one that has managed to collaborate and go through all these phases. But I know when you're a small entrepreneur and you think you have discovered something, it's really frustrating to let it go. And it's not easy, but I think it's the main challenges, because I think all these companies have knowledge, have know-how. With increased collaboration, they will break through easily. Because I can see, I have a lot of NDA with a lot of company around Europe. I can see, but I cannot share because I'm under NDA. So I know solution exists. So I invite often people to talk with each other. If you're an entrepreneur, I put you with another entrepreneur. That means they have a piece of information for you. I often do that without saying, because I cannot say. So I think that's the key. All this know-how that young people has, all this brain knowledge need to be shared. But how to do it, I'm sorry, I don't have a solution, because it has to be with trust. We need a system of trust, and we need to make sure everyone at the end get paid for their investment in time and energy. Because that's also frustrating to see monopoles taking all the cake and all the money when people have been investing 30 years to get a business in place. So I think maybe that's something this forum need to discuss. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And before we are closing and trying to catch up the time, so one question from audience, but just one, and keep it short. Yes, please. Lou, somebody has a question for the speakers? None? Wow. All right. All right.
I'd just like to actually just talk back to Celine, because I think that's another really good point. And what I've noticed in the industry as well is that SMEs and bigger companies as well try and do everything. They do, they try and control every part of the process, and that trust is needed in order for the industry to expand. And that's why, in my case, our company, because we've specialized in the hatchery side of things, and we're hoping that we can connect with other people in order to be part of the chain, not the whole chain. Now that mightn't work for everybody, but I'm hoping that will work for us. But yeah, that is also a significant challenge. Yeah.
So there is still space, and that's why if we find a system for protecting this IP and so on in a safe way, there is space for more people. There is so much to do, so we can all get a piece to do with our life with seaweed. So, but the problem is, of course, we need to be aware of that and be able to, and I know it's not easy. Yeah.
And actually, I think scientists are very good at that, and that needs to dribble out into industry as well. I think, you can be working alongside friends and colleagues all over the world doing different things, but all working together. But that doesn't quite translate to industry yet. But I hope it does.
Sorry again. Thank you. I think since we don't have any more questions, then we can go to the closing. And for the closing, I would like to ask one key takeaway about cultivation success in the seaweed industry for the audience from each speaker. And then we are done.
I think the key aspect is actually the theme of this session, collaboration. It's like Celine and Maeve were saying, we are not there yet, and even when we will be, that I believe we will not be able to all farm the same species because we are located in different sites, so and not the same purposes. So our competition will not be the seaweed companies, but for instance the food markets, the cosmetic suppliers. So collaboration, yeah.
And there's no such thing as overnight success either. It's so it's so much hard work, and it just, sometimes you feel like you're not going anywhere very fast, but you know, eventually after you can look backwards and say that things have started to move. So that's why I have confidence in the future, even if the future isn't fully clear yet and answers can't be given succinctly about where we're going. I feel that there is movement there. So.
And for me, because cultivation is, of course, a science, it's biological, we're dealing with environments, we're dealing with mechanical challenges, we're dealing with climate change, we're dealing with so many different things that can change year on year, of course, with different species, with different kind of growing systems. So I would say in terms of cultivation, what's really, really important is the planning aspect. Of course, that comes with collaboration, it comes with the scientists, it's the planning, and it's the reviewing, it's the monitoring. So what is happening and why? And then the comparison year on year to really learn those trends of what actually happens in the water and how to protect that biomass year on year so that we can continue to increase biomass, and we can continue to plan for eventualities, you know, so that we're protecting stability, we're protecting our seaweed in the water when it's in the water.
Thank you very much for the speakers, for the audience, for those who are watching us behind the screens. The forum, of course, is not closing, it's still going on. Please stay with us and give a round of applause.
Okay, so let's start the final roundtable of this morning. I know that you are eager to go to the lunch, but I will promise you that it will be good to hear these outstanding speakers, what they have to say about this session that is about blue economy funding pathways. So I will start by introducing the speakers, so a very brief sentence, and after that, each one of them will have 10 minutes to present their perspective on the topic, and after that I will have a question to each one of them, and after that you also have a question from the. I will open the session to also the audience. So if you want to also ask something to the speakers, they are here to answer you. And that's it. And we see if more questions can also be asked. So I will start with Wagner Moraes. He's director of BGT Consulting Group. He's a Brussels-based innovation research and advisory company. And he's a seasoned innovation and growth funding advisor with over 15 years of experience within global corporations and international European organizations. In the middle, we have Oriane George. He's a marine scientist and bioindustries engineer dedicated to environmental preservation, and she is currently a project manager at F6S. And finally, we have Luis Lombana. He's the founder and CEO of Ficosterra, with over 20 years of experience leading innovation in clean tech sectors, including water, environmental monitoring, wind energy, and agro-biotech. So let's start with Wagner's perspective on the topic, and the floor is yours, Wagner.
Very good. Hello, good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here in Canarias. Maybe I would start by saying thank you very much all for coming, but mostly to Rafael for being a great host in his beautiful island. So what I've been asked to prepare a small presentation about funding landscapes in the sector of blue economy. So essentially what I would like to do is to give you a little bit of perspective of what's being discussed these days in Brussels, where we are based, and then giving you that from two different angles. First, what is being available currently in terms of funding landscape and investment. And then secondly, also giving you a perspective of what lies ahead in terms of funding. Can you? Well, I thought to give you a quick overview about the blue economy sector. You know, I know that many of you are very familiar with the sector and understand that the dynamic of the sector in the last years, it has improved substantially, but nothing like looking at the real numbers and the real figures. So I decided then to pick up on an investors report, which shows pretty much what is the current investment activity over the last years. And as you can see, I mean, you see that definitely there's a strong overall positive dynamics in the sector. A couple of years ago, nobody was really talking as blue economy as a whole. And I think that after 10 years, the sector has evolved a lot, and you can see that in the numbers of deals that almost tripled in the last 5 years. And these refer in the last 10 years. I'm sorry, and this refers basically to numbers in Europe. Well, when you look at the investment as well, you can see that there's basically the investment in terms of amounts of funding that go into companies in the blue economy sector. It's almost tripling, which is quite notable. The whole progress of the industry. Well, here we can see essentially the main sectors, a breakdown of investment per sector, and you can see that the three main sectors that are being highly funded in the last years are the renewable sector, and then we have the blue tech and the ocean observation space, and finally the aquaculture sector. So there's a whole bunch of different sectors with small deals, but I think that the core of the activity, over 60% is focused in these main sectors. And I think that this is great news for people here in Canarias. Well, in terms of the European innovation ecosystem, I think that's important to bring a little bit the topic what has been being discussed in Brussels. For those that are following a little bit European policy, you might know that a couple of over a year ago, there was a report launched by Mario Draghi, the former prime minister in Italy, that it was basically pinpointing some of the issues that we have in the innovation ecosystem. And I think that when you look at the graph there, I mean, I think that most of the issues that we have in the European innovation ecosystem are reflected in this figure. When you look, for example, at the percentage of GDP that is being invested in the R&D, we are way below the 3%. When we look at the other economies, in particular our direct competitors like China and US, you see that they are either China very close to 3% or US that is over 3%. But I think then when we look at the private funding, I think that the situation is even a little bit more worrying, because most of the R&D that is being invested comes from the public sector, and the private sector is definitely allocating much less resources in Europe than in other geographies. So we all know that pretty much that in the European innovation ecosystem, there's this general idea that we are extremely good in translating money into knowledge, mostly through development of low levels of TRL, R&D, but we actually are relatively poor in terms of translating basically knowledge into business. And I think that's what I'm trying to highlight there. So there's a lot of work to be done in terms of scale up of companies. And most of the, as you will see later, most of the funding these days, it's going to be allocated to basically to the scale up of these companies, taking into account this fact. I'm sorry. Well, here in this picture, I think that's important to have this discussion now. I think that's a very timely discussion because, as you might know, currently there's a proposal by the European Commission to essentially set the budget for the next multi-annual financial framework from 2028 to 2034. And this probably is going to determine exactly what kind of allocations of funding you are going to have in the different sectors. So, and you can see here pretty much a breakdown of the key elements. You see that in terms of the EU budget, we have almost 2 trillion of euros that are going to be allocated. So a slight increase over the last multi-annual framework. But there are some new elements that were not present in the previous multi-annual financial framework, in particular the national and regional partnership plans, where you have a huge allocation. So it changes a bit the whole context of how the regions will be allocating funding for the R&D. So I think that this is a great moment now for regions to start lobbying at regional level to make sure that there's a clear expression of the interests and what are the strategic areas for the different regions. And I mean, I'm very pleased to see that here in Canary Islands, there's a strong consensus that blue economy, and in particular the sector of seaweed, is a strong sector to be in. So eventually you will see that reflected in your national and regional partnerships. Then one comment about the European Competitiveness Fund. So here the idea is to basically to create a vehicle for mostly large-scale demonstrations where companies will be having access to loans, guarantees, and debt from directly from financial beneficiaries for deployment of large-scale projects. So for the startups that are here in the room, probably this is a good instrument to look at in the years to come. Well, this competitiveness fund basically is structured in two main areas. One is the pillar dedicated to the FP10, or we are not sure yet how it's going to be called, but is essentially the next R&D innovation framework. And we see that the proposal of the European Commission is essentially to double the budget vis-à-vis what we have at the moment, which is pretty good news. Let's see how then after the negotiations this is gonna end, but it's definitely a very good start. And then we see that the European Competitiveness Fund, it defines a couple of strategic areas where the funding is going to be allocated, and you can see that the blue economy, or the bio-based and circular economy sectors, is one of the pillars that is being reflected there. Probably not the one with the highest level of funding, but there's a significant available funding, which is definitely much higher than in the previous financial framework. Well, in this picture here, unfortunately, I cannot read the numbers, and I don't want to bother you too much with all those details. But I think that the point here to make is that the focus of what is foreseen for this FP10 is to focus pretty much in strategic technologies. So from quantum computing to artificial intelligence, all these kind of technologies are going to be very well funded. There's a strong focus as well in terms of resilience, security, and defense, with an expected increase of over 300% vis-à-vis what we have at the moment. But in terms of the biotechnology sector, which includes the blue tech economy, I think that there's an increase of around 14%, and then the clean transition, which covers as well some elements of blue biotech technology, with 67%, which is also a significant increase. So in terms of the current landscape and driving sectors, I mean, you can see here a bunch of funding instruments that are currently available. For those of you that are seeking sources of funding, these are the kind of instruments that probably you can start looking at. They're much more than that, but I would like to highlight the Horizon Europe, which many of you might be familiar, in particular the Cluster 5 and 6. Then we have the Interregional Innovation Investments Program. That's that's the main reason why we are here. We are talking about the project that has been funded under that program. We have the program EIC Fund, which is very much focused on supporting scale up of companies. This is super interesting program, especially for startups that I have big ambition in terms of growth. So the funding is quite significant, with tickets up to 15 million per company, which in some cases can even go beyond that. So, and then we have the traditional European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture funding, which has been supporting sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, and then coastal communities. We have the Blue Invest platform. That this is not exactly a funding program; it's more like a collaborative platform for support of entrepreneurs. And I will show you a slide with a little bit more details. So, in terms of the driving sectors, you can see, I mean, this has been, let's say, extracted from an assessment of what kind of projects have been funded over the last years. And you can see that the main focus has been around decarbonization and climate resilience, a lot in terms of sustainable food from oceans. So, also marine biodiversity and the blue bioeconomy and innovation. This is the program that I was referring to, the Blue Invest. This is a program that has been commissioned by the European Commission to a private contractor, PwC, which essentially works with companies in the blue economy sector, with needs in terms of funding and in terms of scale-up resources. So they support through coaching sessions, they support through financial readiness assistance, technical assistance in terms of our prepared pitch decks, etc. So we work with some companies that have been beneficiaries of this program, and some of them they are super happy with the kind of support that they got there. So I invite all of you to have a look. Well, this is the track record that I think that make justice to what I was just saying. That it's a growing community of blue economy companies, entrepreneurs. But it's not only about entrepreneurs; it's about matching with investors. So there's there's part of the technical assistant that goes on bringing awareness about the opportunities of the blue economy sector to investors. So it's kind of trying to convert some VCs and angel investors to invest in the blue economy sector, and there's quite a good number of VCs that are looking into this space. So here you can see some of the success stories. Lots of interesting companies. Some of them they started very small, and I was listening to Maeve, and I was fascinated with their journey. Quite an interesting one. And I think that here you can see companies that they started very small, and actually some of them are on the verge of becoming unicorns. So they had quite an exponential growth, and a lot of that support it has been done through this platform, Blue Invest. So you have companies from sustainable food and feed, Seaweed, seawater cubes, that works on recirculation aquaculture systems, and then a company from Denmark that it's working in the algae-based food and feed innovation. Well, I thought as we are here, mostly due to this i3 Seaweed, just to give you a quick overview about this i3 program. I don't want to overlap with what Katerina probably is going to say in the afternoon, but I thought I will do it in a different perspective, Katerina. So here is essentially the perspective of someone like us with experience of being involved in a project, and the kind of questions that we had to ask ourselves to put all this project together. So this is a very practical framework for those of you that might be thinking about developing interregional innovation investments projects in the future. Have a look at this. It's extremely important. First of all, this is about creating new value chains, and there's a new so you have to look at this not only from the value chain perspective, but also from the regional perspective, how this is going to be creating impact for your region. Well, the second thing, it's about the kind of projects that are suitable to be funded. Here the idea is to support the scale-up journey. It's not for any project. It's not for those projects that are just in a PPT, in a slide deck. It's for those projects that have done already some work, that there's clear evidence that there's potential to scale up, and that they would like to do it with non-dilutive funding. So, well, there's a bunch of things that you should think about. I'm happy to talk with everybody that might have interest on this later stage, but it's a super interesting program in the sense that it enables to have a portfolio of investment cases with the clear goal of bringing those products to the market. So at very high TRL levels. So for those that have ambition of growing as a company, I think that's an instrument to look at. Well, I think in terms of key lessons and the way forward for the i3, well, we are expecting that this program is going to continue in the next multi-annual framework. We will see what's going to happen. Maybe Katerina has already some information on that. Well, I think there are the good news and the bad news about the program. The first one is that the program gradually we've seen that it has become more and more competitive, which is on a way good news, because there's demand. It's a clear proof that the companies, they need funding to grow their companies. But it's also bad news because the process, it becomes extremely competitive. So here the plea is that the Commission and should foresee an increase in terms of funding for this particular instrument. Well, another point that I would like to mention is this. From our experience of being involved in actually more than one project, we see that the funding overall as a project, it's around 10 million. That's what is foreseen, which seems quite a lot. But when we start looking at the breakdown per companies, each company is going to get quite a small share of the whole pie.
Need to go to the next.
Very good. Just one second. And that it excludes a lot of companies with a lot of potential. So those companies that have very high capex intensive projects, essentially they are excluded because the funding available is not really fit for purpose. Well, then all about the good news. I think that this is a great opportunity for collaboration. I mean, for regions, definitely, but also for opportunities, because this is a way of starting strong collaborations and partnerships with startups and SMEs. And yes, I think that's all for the moment. Happy for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wagner, for your insightful presentation. Now we go to Oriane. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here and to have the opportunity to be a speaker in this session on funding opportunities. So my name is Oriane, and I'm a project manager in the blue economy sector, representing F6S company. I will try. And I will present to you soon an overview of our company and some funding opportunity that might be interesting for you. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so funding opportunities in the blue economy. So first I will give you a small overview of who we are as F6S, and then I will introduce you to our newly formed Blue Economy Synergy, and then this is where I might catch your attention the best, because this is offering money. So 3 funding opportunities on 3 projects from the EU Commission, IC4 Seaweed, Algae Probanos, and Task Restore Med. So who is F6S? So we are an SME that helps founder and startup to grow, to solve the world pressing social, economic, environmental, and sustainable and even innovation problem. Sorry. We are the world's largest corporate innovation community, and we connect over 5.5 million users. It can be innovator, founders, SME, all together. What makes us different? So we are the largest startup and corporate innovation community. We have proven track record in funding and project execution, have expertise in commercialization and ecosystem growth. And this is a picture of us last year. Since then, we have grown a little bit bigger. We are, so part of F6S, we have the F6S innovation team, which is the innovation team that is responsible of EU project fundings. Our headquarters are in Ireland, and we currently in the F6S innovation team have over 85 employees. In the past 10 years, we have done more than 160 EU projects. And we have 10 years expertise in the EU project, including coordination of EU project, which is the case of IC4 Seaweed, where we are the coordinator. What is our role in EU project in F6S? So we are doing a lot of open call management, which is also the case in IC4 Seaweed. We sometimes have the role as well as stakeholder engagement and community building. We have the role of exploitation, sustainability, and impact, but as well as the communication and dissemination leader or the coordination of the project. We have formed, so we currently, as of today, are partner in over 100 European projects, and we have formed like synergy according to the sector. So we have a synergy for the blue economy sector, some for big data, AI, and NGI, and also some in green tech. I will focus more on the blue economy synergy that I am the representative. As of today, September 2025, we currently have within the blue economy 15 projects in the EU fundings that are either on the freshwater, different sectors. So we have freshwater, marine security, blue technology, maritime surveillance, marine protected area, marine resources, and then ocean literacy and transition and governance. So those are different sectors that we have as of today. And now I will, after giving you the overview of F6S, I will come to the showing you 3 current open call or funding opportunity within the blue economy. And I will start with IC4 Seaweed, of course, which is the project that represents us today. So IC4 Seaweed is a 3 years project funded by ISMEA that Katarina is here representing. So our goal is to invest in seaweed innovation across Europe. And the open call is currently open. We opened it on the 20th of August, so it's open for 2 months. And if you are interested, we are looking for SMEs that have a TRL minimum of 6 to innovate in the seaweed sector. We will give to each of the project that we will fund. So we aim to fund 30 projects. And for each of them, there will be 60,000 that will be offered for you to do the implementation of your project, but as well we will have in parallel a capacity building program that you will have to participate in. We have 2 strengths in this open call, so you can either apply to microalgae production or the microalgae biotechnology and downstream application. All the information are on our website. We have really detailed guideline of applicants, so we invite you to read them thoroughly to understand which topic we are looking for. I'm not going to go into detail just right now, but also we have next week on the October 8th a live webinar where you can come and ask all your questions, and we'll be here to answer you. Moving on to another open call opportunity, which is Algae Probanos, which is accelerating the algae product development in the Baltic and in the North Sea. So the mission is to demonstrate market accessibility and presence for sustainable and innovative algae product and solution in the Baltic and the North Sea, focusing in aquafeed, biostimulant, cosmetic, food, textile, and you have behind all the banners as well. We are here in the booth, so you can scan the QR code to have access to the website. And Martins, that was the moderator before, I'm not myself involved in this project, but he's here to answer all your questions if you're interested in this open call. The open call opened today, so yes, this is perfect timing for today. It offers a mentoring program, and so you can apply. So the target audience is an SME, and you will receive 10,000 euro to be used for mentoring to support you in your growth. So more question, feel free to go to Martin's. And the deadline is 4th of December for applying. And this is the last funding opportunity that I want to present to you. So Task Restore Med, which is a newly funded project. It's a little bit more focused on the Mediterranean, but consortium are eligible. So even if you are not based on the Mediterranean, as long as you do the innovation project within the Mediterranean with a Mediterranean partner, you can participate. The vision of the project, so it's a project part of the EU mission Ocean and Water, and there is 10 partners, and it's a 4 years project. I invite you to scan the QR code and sign up for the newsletter because the open call will be launched around end of December, beginning of January, and we will have more information. It just launched. The kickoff meeting was yesterday in Crete, so I had to choose between Gran Canaria and Crete, so I choose to be here. I will try my best to give you all the information. Yes. And yeah, this project has a big funding opportunity. We have 9 million to provide to projects, so either within the community-led actions and the policy roadmaps. So the focus for the community-led action will be implementing innovative on-the-ground solution. Total funding for this part will be up to 7 million, and the project grant will be 200,000 to 2 million per project, with a TRL of 4, consortium partner of 2 to 3 partner. And for the policy roadmaps, it will be up to 2 million of funding, and 1 to 2 partner as the consortium. So again, we have the banner in the back, and feel free to come to me if you have any questions for those funding opportunities. So thank you very much. You can reach me, oops, we cannot see. You can reach me through my email or the Blue-Bioeconomy as well. I will be behind this email. So if you have any question, just contact me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Oriane, for your presentation and for showcasing some of the funding opportunities currently available for SMEs and those projects that are working on the blue economy sector. Now, finally, we have, last but not least, of course, we have Luís Lombanda, CEO of Ficosterra, that will introduce your perspective from the company perspective on this funding of pathways topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rafael and Casa Africa, for inviting us to this excellent forum and for yesterday's session, which was also very, very interesting. My name is Luís Lombana. I am the CEO of Ficosterra. Ficosterra, it's SME. We are based in Spain. And our business is basically the transformation of seaweed, marine seaweed, into biostimulants and biofertilizers for the agriculture. This is pretty much what we do. It's a transformation company, although we are also in the process of having a pilot project in Spain for outsourcing our seaweed. This has been a long process. It's still not running. Hopefully, in the short run, we will be able to have this a reality. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about first-line trenches. Small company trying to do its best. I'm very happy from what Oriane and Wagner have said. Our situation, it's a little bit more complicated, and I have shared this idea with other colleagues in these days, which is the real access to funding from small companies. Basically, I've spotted there public funding, private funding, sustainable and commercial applications, and research collaboration benefits. So indeed, public funding in Europe, there are many opportunities. It is quite a competitive landscape. Hopefully there are excellent professionals in there, FX6, Wagner, excellent people who help companies such as ours to get the public funding. This is very useful, not only for the funding itself, but also for the networking that we do. Before it was speaking about the high importance of networking. I fully agree on this. This industry, European industry, needs to have much more communication and much more networking among ourselves. The second part is private funding. Private funding is so far very complicated. At least it's been very complicated for us. Private funding needs for a track record. Whenever you have already done this track record, you don't really need the money, or you don't really need the money that much. So basically, it's a little bit a vicious circle. Whenever you need the money, many private companies, venture capitals are reluctant. They need to show, they want to see a track record, they want to see revenues. Which in many cases we don't have. So my understanding in Europe is that private funding is mostly expansion or scale up capital more than development capital, which is in many cases what we do need. I've seen many excellent ideas, many excellent opportunities in Europe, but we are very much struggling to make our way through. So private funding is quite complicated now in Europe. At least it has been for us, both from Ficosterra and for the Kelp Garden, which is the company that we are also the farming company. As far as sustainable commercial applications, well, indeed, seaweed is an excellent source of bioingredients. It's an excellent source of materials to be developed in many industries. It has been spoken before here. What's the way to go? In my understanding, it's a little bit awkward that the industry is very much developing from the biomass, try to develop the industry. The final industry is not that much receptive. So there's really, my understanding, a real need to have a coupling between the biomass producers and the biomass processors in order to have a real application. And as far as research and collaboration benefits, I really do have to say that in that regard, Europe is it's a good framework. We do have a lot of consortium capabilities. We do have a lot of research and development capabilities. So I would say that this, in this regard, Europe does provide a good framework for companies such as ourselves. Finally, I only have 2 slides. Investment challenges and considerations. Well, as far as decarbonization measurements, this is something which is also very much spoken nowadays. Well, there's a lack of standard metrics, which in many cases makes us difficult whenever you go to mostly investors define a metric, because, well, each of them have a specific metric and it's complicated that you defend yours. And of course, it doesn't make sense that adapt yourself to each and every one of the investors that you go. So this lack of standardization, I believe it's a weakness in the industry. Also, the long environmental periods for data that you need to prove. This is also a little bit of a weakness. My understanding is that whenever we can put artificial intelligence in these processes, things may speed up, things may, research studies may be a little bit more solid, but the fact of the matter is that currently we do see a weakness in these long environmental study periods. and also, well, the technical and economic feasibility. There's also, I've seen a lot of different assumptions whenever it comes to develop a business case. So this lack of standardization, many cases, pose a relentless, taking a much time in the presentation and in the adoption of a true business case. So this is also something that we've seen. I believe that now, the more and more this networking that we have presented here before is going to be applicable. I believe that these feasibility studies are going to be more short in period of analysis, but the fact of the matter is that we have seen this so far in our case. And 10 minutes precisely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Luis, for being mindful of the time. So, as I said, we will start with the first round of questions, one question, and after that we'll give the opportunity of the audience also to address one question to all of the speakers. And I will start with Wagner. Your presentation focused a lot also in the public funding, but take into consideration that we hear today in the first roundtable, and now that Luis said about access to private funding. Do you have any recommendation to them how to overcome this challenge that they mentioned? So some long waiting times for a commercial permit, the focus on scale up and growing versus the ideation phase, the research phase of the idea of starting this new product. So do you have any recommendation how to try to make this an opportunity and not only as a negative perspective or topic from the point of view of the private funding?
So, Daniel, thank you for your question. So, if I understand correctly, your focus is more in terms of recommendations for entrepreneurs that would like to unlock private capital, right?
Sir, yes.
Very good. Well, this is a very interesting debate, public funding versus private funding. When we talk about public funding, everybody understands the benefits of getting access to it. So, first of all, we are talking about non-dilutive funding, so you don't lose equity in your company. But on the flip side, the issue of the public funding is that it's only sustainable to a certain extent. To be able to scale up a company, in particular in the sector of blue economy, you need a lot of funding. And I don't think that is smart just to rely on public funding. It's highly competitive, highly unpredictable, and you cannot have a perspective of long term. So that is exactly where the private funding comes in. There you have, a whole range of actors that goes from small angel investors to large VCs that can invest with the time horizon, typically in Europe around 10 years. Well, the issue that we have in Europe is that our VC ecosystem is highly fragmented. So we end up having not that many VCs, and most of those VCs are investing with a very geographical focus, which doesn't happen in US, for example, because in US, an American investor, it invests cross-country. In Europe, you have, I would say, the big majority of the VCs, they have a mentality of investing in their own geography, which essentially reduced the level of funding available for scaling up companies. So we have experience of working a lot with deep tech companies which are developing a lot of capex intensive products, and typically the reaction from the European VCs is, okay, between investing in a software company where you don't require much to scale up, and you can assess very quickly if your product is fit for purpose and if there is a right market fit, versus investing in a large company, capital intensive, they prefer to go to the software. And this is where I think that the ecosystem has developed a lot. I mean, in my slide, I tried to make that point that the ecosystem is evolving. 10 years ago, I think that there was maybe 5 VCs in Europe with a focus just on blue economy. At the moment, I think that we have around 30 or over 30 VCs and private equity funds that only look at this, at that particular focus. So it's a journey. The ecosystem is evolving, and I believe that it's going to be maturing. But you know, when you look at this from the macro perspective, competition of Europe versus US versus China, I think that this is definitely a big challenge. Another point that I would like to highlight is often what happens is that essentially public funding is supporting a lot of companies to a certain extent, and then when the companies, they become revenue generation, and they need basically lots of funding for going to Series B, Series C for growth capital, they move to the US. And then the question for the policymakers is, what is the benefit of putting money into small companies that eventually will end up in US? So that's quite a challenge that needs to be sorted. I think that, you know, a lot of people are thinking about those topics. I think that the solution for that is essentially to open up the market of VCs to private investors through retail investors, etc. I mean, there's a whole bunch of policy that's being discussed around the capital unions in Europe, which essentially will enable individuals to and European pension funds to allocate more funding to the VC, and eventually that will grow the whole industry, which will enable more companies to grow in Europe and remain in Europe.
Great, thank you so much, Wagner. So, question for you, Oriane. You know, let's say that for companies that never applied to open calls, to these cascade funding programs, what would be the suggestions that you could make make in order for them to increase their chance to be funded in these instruments?
Okay, thank you, Daniel, for the question. First of all, something that maybe I forgot to mention as well, just to find those funding opportunity, you can create on our platform an SME profile with the right keyword. You can be found when we do some scouting process where we can find companies that might match with the open call opportunity. So we are currently doing it for IC4 Seaweed, and we can see that the company we have identified, some of them have already started the application, so it's working well. So I invite you to not miss any opportunity to create a profile there. In terms of recommendation, if it's your first open call, once you identify a project that might offer open call, first simply subscribe to the newsletter, not to miss the launch of the call, because we will always send you all the information there. And on the website, you will find all the information. So you will find the guideline of applicants that are documents that are developed through months of discussion within the partner and what exactly we are looking for. So normally it's really well detailed on what we are looking for and what exactly should be in your application if you want to be selected. Same for the technical annex, as really through the questions that really are what exactly we are looking for and what the evaluator will be evaluating when they will check and do the selection process of the company. Come to the info webinar. We usually open call are usually open 2 months. The first one is usually in the first 3 weeks of the launch of the open call, and we'll give you more an overview of exactly what we are looking for, and you will have a time for question and answer, which give you after a few weeks to think about what project exactly you are going to present to us. And if you still have questions that are unanswered during your process, we usually a second webinar towards the end of the open call closure. So next week we have the second one of IC4 Seaweed. which is the 8th of October, just before the 20th, which will be the closure, and give you enough time to finalize your application. And lastly, if you still have questions or doubts about your application, you can always send an email and we can support you.
Great. I think those are great tips for people that are thinking about and applying for the first time to these kind of programs. Thank you so much. And Luis, for you, you talk about the challenge when applying to funds, how these companies, F6S, BGT, help you and support you to reach and be funded by the European funds. But I would like to hear about you how i3for Seaweed specifically is supporting the leverage of your innovative solutions to uptake the level of that solution and the innovation that you are introducing in your process. So could you talk a little bit about that? Very short. We don't have a lot of time, unfortunately, but it will be interesting to hear about your experience so far.
Yeah, well, for us, as I said in my previous presentation, I do believe that in Europe there are some good opportunities within the public funding. Overall, for us in the transformation of Seaweed, we have gained some relevant amount of money from public funding. We won an accelerator, which is nice amount of money. Also belonging to this project, it's a very important support. We have also won some public processes in Spain. So I'm not sure if I'm answering you correctly, but in our case, from our transformation technology of the seaweed into a liquid fertilizer, we are getting quite good support. It is true that in our case, basically, we are blending two important topics. On the one side, the blue economy, and on the other side, the farm to fork and the sustainable agriculture. So these are two ideas which are very much interesting for Europe. So the fact that a company can blend both of these ideas in one single project, I think it makes it very, very much appealing. And well, I guess this is one of the reasons that we've been able to get some important, in our case, some important amount of public money. I'm not sure if I fully answer you or not.
A little bit. So I was to understand how i3for Seaweed project specifically supporting your innovative project.
Okay, then i3for Seaweed, basically our role in the project was the escalation. We developed previous to the project, we developed TRL4, two technologies. One of them was very much disruptive technology, and in order to extract from the seaweed special biomaterials, special bioingredients, which are very interesting for the plants. So in the case of i3for Seaweed, basically what we are doing is scaling this TRL into full scale TRL, which I think it's very, very important, because most of the effort that we need, and most of the effort that I see that other companies in this framework need, is escalation. So we really need to be bigger. The market is very much atomized, so we really need to be bigger. So in this case, the support of the project is very important for us, because it's helping us to really launch the technology. We are currently entering into the US and in Mexico, some other countries in Latin America, which has been very, very important for us, which otherwise I'm not sure how we will be able to manage it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Now?
Yes. Now it's okay. Thank you so much. So we have time for one question, but it needs to be very brief. So 1 minute. So if anyone has a question that would like to ask to our speakers. Okay, I see a question here. Please wait for the micro. Okay. You have to press and hold. Okay.
Thank you very much again for the very nice presentations. I have two questions very fast. First of all, is UK still, or companies in the UK still eligible for these kind of funds that you mentioned? And the other question is, if the funding is for startups that has good technology with TRL 6+, then what happened to before that? Because the challenge actually is from 2 or 3. Well, when you pass 4, then your challenges become less and you may be eligible for more funding. But what about these very early technology and the ideas? And one of the also challenges with sharing ideas, they don't share idea because this is their valuable position, and if they share it, then they don't have an IB, and if they don't have an IB, they don't have a future to raise funding. And but once they raise the first fund and they do proof of concept and they start the IB process, then they can actually share the information. So why there is no kind of focus or support for this early stage of the technology readiness level, for example?
Okay, thank you. I think the first question was for, both questions were for Orion. So UK, if it is eligible or not for these funding opportunities.
For, you mean IC for Seaweed specifically? It really depends on each project, the list of eligible countries. So for IC for Seaweed, no, UK is not eligible for IC for Seaweed. It's the country of the consortium, so we do not have a partner in the consortium, and it's not the countries in a whole, it's the specific region. So, and we have the associated regions, and I forgot the last one, sorry.
Outermost
Outermost, yes,
regions.
so the island. So for example, France mainland is not eligible, but the islands of France are eligible because we do not have partner in the mainland. So this is kind of example, yeah.
You said sometimes there are two companies can apply together.
You can have consortium, but both needs to be legally from the eligible region, registered there.
Also in terms of TRL levels, there are two companies, there has to be also at the same level, or?
Yes, both are also from the TRL level. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. We can continue the discussion during the lunch break. Rafael, I believe you want to say a few words just to...
Yes.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much to these outstanding speakers for your great discussion.
Okay, we are going to offer you a lunch down in the courtyard. This here in this building. It's just over there. Yeah, but steps away over there. Okay, so you know that Spanish we have a late lunch. So I'm going to add another challenge. We are going to do fast. So we have just less than an hour for luncheon. So let's go.